don't know about blue. Okay, what about that? Yes, there it is. Sorry, my microphone wasn't the one selected for OBS all of a sudden. So, hello everyone. How is everyone doing? Hope you are well. Everyone has been keeping well. Go into a bit of a country stream, another one in my sort of quasi series of doing a bit of a deep dive into the various countries that are somewhat involved in the events between Russia and Ukraine, and delving a bit into the politics of those countries and how they react to and influence events between Russia and Ukraine. But also, because Turkey is a bit of a very interesting case, we'll be delving a bit more broadly into the wider geopolitics of Turkey as well. So, still waiting to hear from Felix. He did message me a couple of hours ago promising that he would be on, but he has not responded for the past half an hour. So I live in hope. I hear from him shortly. We can get Felix on stream ASAP. So Felix, if you're listening to this, if you could get on Telegram and give me a call, that would be great. But until Felix does make his arrival, I guess we'll just delve straight into what's been happening. So, for people who are not aware, there has been a presidential election in Turkey between the incumbent Recep Erdogan and against his, I won't say liberal, but against his opposition challenger, Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu. Do forgive my pronunciation of these names. I am not Turkish. I don't speak Turkish, so my pronunciation is probably going to be off, but I will give it an attempt, as I always do, and probably fail horrifically in the pronunciation of various places and names of individuals involved. So there's been a pretty consequential election, or there was now that the result has kind of been declared in Turkey, between the incumbent and against a more sort of Western-leaning opposition. For those who are not quite aware, which I think we'll delve into a bit more whenever Felix decides to join the stream, in the internal politics of Turkey, you have the more right, conservative-leaning, is Islamist. I don't know if Islamist might be too strong of a word, but they certainly play into religious conservatism. Obviously, Turkey is a Muslim-majority nation, so that would be Islamic conservatism. And he's often described as a neo-Ottomanist in terms of his foreign policy. Expansionism isn't the right word here, but Erdogan looks to expand the influence of Turkey beyond its borders in nations such as Syria, across the Middle East, places like Libya, also in the Caucasus, predominantly in regards to the Azeri-Armenian conflict, but also potentially into Europe as well, cultivating close relationships with people like Viktor Orban, and maybe potentially, depending on your point of view, closer ties with Ukraine, but also maintaining potentially very close ties with Moscow and Russia as well. So under the tenure of Erdogan, we have had a very pragmatic geopolitics coupled with a religious social conservatism domestically in Turkey, and a somewhat of a more free market kind of, I don't want to say neoliberal, but a not completely free market, I guess, in the way Western commentators would look at it, but in the Turkish sense, a more market-orientated economics that has also produced some erratic economic results over his current tenure, or rather his just past tenure as president in Turkey. And also there's a lot of allegations of quote-unquote democratic backsliding under his premiership in the country, the erosion of democratic rights, of the democratic process, of civil rights in regards to the Kurds in terms of political plurality, and the independence of various arms of the state, Turkish courts and the Turkish military. Opposing him was Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu. Again, forgive my pronunciation. It's a mouthful of a name the gentleman has. He is the opposition, or was the opposition candidate who leans to a long-running strand of Turkish political thought, leaning back to the establishment of Turkey as an independent nation from the Ottoman Empire, the establishment of the Turkish Republic under Kemal Atatürk. Kemal Atatürk, obviously the father of the nation, led the war against the Greeks, was a prominent commander against particularly the Gallipoli campaign in the First World War. After the collapse of the Central Powers and the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, he led a war of independence to separate Turkey from the Ottoman Empire, in effect, because the Ottoman Empire was largely centered and had its power base in Anatolia and in ethnically Turkish lands. It was effectively the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire, and out of that, Ataturk created a... Whenever I use the term progressive, you have to look at it as a different sense as to what the current tainted nature of the term is. Ataturk looked to establish a progressive, secular Turkish Republic. That is a Turkish Republic that was looking to westernize. That is the term whenever we're looking here in the term progressive. In the early 20th century sense, westernized Turkey to make it a vehemently secular state. This is where, yes, the country might be majority Islamic, but it is not an Islamic state. That is, if you are Christian, if you are Muslim, if you are Jewish, if you are any other kind of religious faith or creed, is that you should not come under undue persecution by the organs of the state. There's also a move to move... part of the westernization, this is whenever you've seen the Turkish language drop Arabic script in favor of Latin and European alphabets, and you just had this general push away from the old Islamic heritage of the Ottoman Empire into a more ethnically Turkish nationalist westernization style of regime under Ataturk, and that established a political ethos that runs through Turkey to this day, especially strong in the military. But his party, the Republican People's Party, which was established by Ataturk and still exists to today, and which is where the main challenger to Erdogan took his political power from and base from, it is considered to be, I believe, on the center-left of Turkish politics. It maintains the Kemalist sort of identity, that is fierce secularization, a independence of elements of the state, a mixed economic policy. So instead of free markets or socialism, it looks for a third way in economics. But also it was fairly isolationist, and it still kind of politically maintains that isolationism to this day in its political strand. That is to say, is that Turkey is a world unto itself, is that Turks should look to quell the problems and the issues that afflict Turkey domestically first and foremost, before Turks look abroad to make their influence felt beyond the borders of Turkey. So very particularly, this is looking at things. Originally, it was looking towards the issue with the ethnically Greek population, but not going to go into what happened to them. But needless to say, there aren't many Greeks left in the borders of modern Turkey. But particularly over the past 50, 60 years, it has a particular emphasis on the Kurdish population in the east of the country. And depending on which side you look at, be it the Kurdish side or the Turkish side, the attempts to pacify or even Turkify the ethnically Kurdish populations in the east. So that's kind of the sort of political strand that you get from Kemalism, and then the modern version of that is largely continuing that. But in terms of foreign policy, is the Kemalist candidate Kılıçdaroğlu is looking more in a pro-Western orientation in terms of foreign policy. So Erdogan has played a very pragmatic role between Russia and Ukraine. Kılıçdaroğlu was, from my understanding, from what I was reading over the past couple of weeks, as he looks to be more aligned to the consensus as part of NATO. They're a bit more pro-leaning of trying to accede to the European Union, but especially as Kılıçdaroğlu said that he was looking, if he was elected, he would sign Turkey up to the various sanctions regime directed against Russia and against Russian nationals in consensus again with the wider NATO bloc, of which Turkey is a NATO member. It was an aspirant member of the European Union, but there was a coup not too long ago, around about 6 years ago, I think now, 6 years ago, the Gulenist coup, which failed, which kind of very much cooled off under Erdogan Turkish relations with certain Western powers and with that sort of drive to the West, and kind of projected Erdogan under his administration into this. Again, I'm not too sure if neo-Ottomanist is the correct term here, but he certainly, Erdogan, after the coup, is sort of tried to take Turkey into more of a more independent, growing regional power, as opposed to part of the NATO and Western consensus that Turkey historically has been on ever since its accession to NATO, and especially since the democratization of Turkey after the military coups that occurred through the country between the 70s and 80s. So that is kind of a quick runoff between the two candidates. And long story short, I knew it was going to be fast, but I wasn't expecting it to be this fast. But the election is over. Erdogan won. He has met the 50% criteria in the runoff. So with that, the stream is over. Thanks very much, guys, and I'll see you next time. That's a joke. Of course, that's a joke. But yeah, so Turkey, which seems like most Western countries, particularly the United States, and in some regional elections in the United Kingdom, which takes days and potentially weeks to determine a winner definitively, the Turks seem to have done it largely within about an hour of polls closing. They came in very quickly. I think it's because the Turks have a lot more computerization of their ballot counting and the like. But about 45 minutes ago is the declaration came out, and Erdogan has been re-elected president of Turkey. And it slipped my head for the moment. I can just get the final figures. Where is my telegram? I believe Erdogan just nipped ahead with around about 51% of the vote. Just find a source that clarifies that completely. I haven't got one for the final figure, but at 96% counted, Erdogan was sitting on 52.28% of the vote, and Kılıçdaroğlu was sitting at 47.72% of the vote. So with only 4% to go there, that kind of pointed towards a Erdogan victory, which is what has been declared on official networks in Turkey. I guess it's just kind of voting up the remainder of the ballots now to determine a final result. So this is too different from the results of the initial vote, the first section of the vote, which was held about a week ago now, in which Erdogan just fell short of the threshold by 0.5% of the vote. So that is 0.50% of the vote. So he very close, nearly came ahead in the first ballot, but he just missed out. But now he's managed to increase his majority over Kılıçdaroğlu by around about 3%. It looks like 3 to 4% is what he's looking to finish up at. And that is largely because there was kind of two main competitors in the election, but there was a third spoiler candidate, sort of. So you had Erdogan, who was kind of the right-wing candidate, Kılıçdaroğlu, who was the centrist, center-left, Kemalist candidate, and then you had a more nationalist right-wing candidate as well, to the right of Erdogan, who picked up around about 5 to 6% of the initial vote, which, considering most of his voters generally being right-wing and nationalist themselves, would likely have been Erdogan voters if that candidate was not in the running. It appears that they have, in the runoff, transferred their ballots to Erdogan and pushed him over the threshold to secure the presidency. So with that, and I do hope Felix, I think he's asleep, I do hope he wakes up shortly and gets in contact, or else I might have to freewheel this entire thing. But with that is, we will now start to look at what the implications of this. So I've kind of touched it in the opening spiel, but militants with the... Okay, so bring this up, but Erdogan's victory is already bringing in celebrations. So here in Syria, in typical Syrian fashion, I didn't have that. Turn on the sound for that. So in typical Syrian fashion, this is how pro-Turkish rebels in Syria have marked his victory. And the Emir of Qatar and Viktor Orban have both sent their congratulations to Erdogan, which kind of reflects what happened in the first round, where there was a premature sort of round of congratulations from foreign leaders, especially pro-Erdogan foreign leaders, sent in congratulations to him, expecting he had won the first round, but that obviously didn't turn out to be correct. But now it looks he has secured the second round. But we'll, kind of touching on that, I guess we'll just delve straight into the Syria issue, as I'm not an expert in Turkish domestic politics, and I'm kind of hoping Felix will pick up the wheel whenever he joins on that sphere. I'm kind of more into the foreign policy aspect of it, so probably more the focus of the stream will be the foreign policy that Ankara pursues and has pursued under Erdogan. And I guess with the first sort of focus on this, we'll touch on Syria. And I'm not going to go too far into the ins and outs of Syria. I'm going to focus on the Turkish aspects in Syria, because I am planning a Syria-specific stream at some point. So with that, obviously Syria, being on the border with Turkey, has had a lot of influence and impact on Turkey and Turkey on Syria throughout the civil war in Syria. Most Syrian refugees went to Turkey, of which there are still, I believe, around about 2 million Syrian refugees based in Turkey. But obviously, for those of us in Europe, we are painfully aware that Syrian refugees use Turkey predominantly as a entry point of which to enter the European Union and Europe in a wider sense. And this has been a bit of a political tool and weapon of Erdogan through his tenure, and continues to be, is that the Turks kind of quasi hold these refugees back by an agreement an ongoing agreement with the European Union, where the European Union pays Turkey, like, I don't know the exact figures, but they pay them billions a year to try and hold back the refugees that are currently based on the eastern side of the Aegean, on the Turkish side of the Aegean, for the Turks to try and prevent them illegally immigrating into Europe. But the Erdogan has obviously seen that this is quite a powerful political tool, and whenever he looks to either extract concessions from Europe, be it in terms of an increase in financial payments or another form of political quid pro quo as such, is his government has made a habit of encouraging and facilitating the exodus of Syrian refugees into wider Europe. And again, I'm using the term Syrian refugee very lightly here. I'm sure those of us who live in Europe will be painfully aware that a great number, if not the majority, of the quote-unquote refugees that we are forced to deal with are not Syrian. There's an awful lot of sub-Saharan looking Syrians. There's a lot of Afghan and Iranian looking Syrians. There's a lot of Indian Syrians apparently turning up. And I believe there is even some like people from Burma, which I'm sure if you have an idea of what Burmese people look like, they look like they look a lot more East Asian than they do Middle Eastern. But needless to say is Syria is kind of the catch-all term for anyone who wants to rock up into Europe and claim benefits and go on sexual emergencies in the middle of the night towards European women, or blow themselves up in children's concerts. All the good things that we recognize from refugees who are only looking for safety and asylum. The majority of them come through Turkey. And the Turkish government under Erdogan has used that as a political tool and a pressure point against European powers. So that will probably continue, especially. So without going too much into the Syria specific stuff, is the civil war in Syria has been winding down for a while, and it is especially winding down now. The government of Bashar al-Assad has started to reintegrate back into the international community. He has been readmitted to the Arab League. His government is being re-recognized by various Arab and other states. So whenever the civil war started out, there was kind of a de facto consensus across a lot of the Arab and Western world that his government was no longer legitimate. Legitimacy and recognition was passed to various opposition governments and opposition factions within Syria, some of them backed by Turkey, some of them backed by the United States, some of those factions fighting between themselves. But now that Bashar has kind of stayed the course and outlasted a lot of this opposition and Western pressure and Arab pressure, there's kind of a recognition that his government, especially with the Russian military intervention in 2015, is stabilized to such an extent that he holds the majority of the country, and his government and regime is not going to be toppled anytime soon. So it is kind of the stage where the civil war has kind of failed in its Western policy objectives of removing Bashar al-Assad, and various governments are now reopening diplomatic connections, and after the diplomatic connections will come the economic reintegration of Syria into the wider Arab world and potentially the wider world in general, which will stabilize the regime further. So that is kind of put a countdown. The civil war is coming to an end, although there will still be fighting in parts of the country, but in general the war is over. And you would imagine, although never underestimate the ability of Western governments especially to undermine, undercut, and harm their populations with their various immigration policies, but with the reintegration and stabilization of Syria, there will come an expectation that Syrian refugees should start to return to Syria now that the war is largely over, or it is over in the majority of the country, and stabilization and the degree of economic rehabilitation is returning to the country. So as that process picks up, it is expected that there will be a lot of non-Syrian refugees and potentially Syrian nationals as well who will recognize this fact and expect that there is now a closing window with Western governments, particularly European governments, on their tolerance for this stuff. Again, this is what the expectation is, the actual de facto fact. I mean, I think we all have a very low opinion of what Western governments are like and what their actual objectives are with their immigration policies. But with the closing down of the war in Syria, is that a lot of refugees who are going via the Syrian route, via Turkey, claiming to be Syrian, to try and claim an asylum in places like Germany, France, potentially the UK, the Netherlands. Well, if there is now, that might have a time limit on. So there will be a rush of those kind of people who are going down that path to try and get into Turkey and cross the border into Europe while this process is ongoing. And there could be a concern that Erdogan could use that for political leverage with the EU and European countries to extract yet further concessions from them on. So that's kind of the refugee situation regarding Turkey and Syria. But alongside this is kind of the largest remaining rebel faction in Syria is a Turkish proxy. They are based up in kind of the Idlib area, up along that border with Turkey. The Turks supported these people originally, I believe, largely to try and topple the Assad government and to try and secure an element of Turkish influence in a post-Assad government Syria. But obviously that didn't come about. And then as the civil war kind of stagnated, the Russian military intervention came in and stabilized the Assad regime. I believe that the Turkish influence in Syria has largely then shifted from anti-Bashar to anti-Kurdish. So the Turks have launched a number of military interventions in Syria. These have ranged from border raids to a large degree outright invasions of entire sections of the border area. So areas up near, what was the name of that town? I'm trying to remember the town which ISIS took on the border. Manlib, was that it? I just bring up an actual map of. In fact, no, this is an excuse to go into a bit of a map stream. And why I'm trying to remember this, where I could just bring up trusty map. Yes, here we go. This illustrates it perfectly. So, wasn't too far. Kobani, that was at Battle of Kobani. That wasn't the one I was focusing on. So, in this map, yellow is Kurdish, red is Syrian government, dark green is Islamist, light green is what we're going to be focusing on. This is pro-Turkish rebel-held territory up here in the border area. And black is extant ISIS, Daesh controlled territory, but we are mostly going to be focusing on this area here. So there was a point, I believe, around about 2015 up until 2018, 2019, where pretty much most of the border area of Turkey and Syria was controlled by Kurdish aligned groups. You're talking about groups like the PKK, the YPG, the sort of tentatively anti-Bashar, but very much more Kurdish autonomist, anti-Daesh, ISIS groups. They effectively controlled the entire border area, and this was a significant strategic and security concern for the Turks, because as I kind of elucidated briefly in the opening part of the stream, is there has been a long-running and ongoing insurgency, war, quasi-civil war, however you want to describe it, but there is an ongoing conflict between the Turkish state and its Kurdish population in this part of Turkey. So for people who are not too good about geography, you're talking about this place down on the southeastern section of Anatolia and of Turkey. This is where the Kurds largely live in Turkey, and this is where the Kurdish-Turkish conflict is largely centered. The Kurds are a multinational people in the sense that their ethnic group is split up across a number of nations. There are Kurds who live in Western Iran. There are Kurds who live famously and infamously in northern Iraq. The Kurdish population, the Iraqi Kurds, have a very highly autonomous province in northern Iraq centered around Erbil. And obviously, as demonstrated here, there is a significant Kurdish population in northeastern Syria, of which, since the collapse of central government authority in Syria back around 2013, especially in 2014, is whenever the Kurds really started to rise, they have effectively established a quasi-independent state known as the Rovina. Again, I don't speak Kurdish, and it's been a while since I've focused particularly on the Kurds in Syria, so forgive my pronunciation. But this state has particularly has close alliances with Western powers, particularly the United States. The United States, the Great Britain, and France acted as an air force for Kurdish fighters on the ground during their fight with Daesh, and the Western powers trained up and beefed up the Kurdish element in Syria for a number of years. Particularly in their battle against Daesh and ISIS, but then also against the... what's the word I'm looking for? I'm having an aneurysm at the moment. Rejuvenation. The resurgent power of the Kurdish state, the Syrian state, after the military intervention from Russia stabilized it and allowed it to start to go back on the offensive and re-establish control over parts of the country. Is Western powers occasionally, every now and again, would carry out airstrikes on Syrian military positions that crossed a line of control. which is mostly the Euphrates River, is kind of where the de facto line of control between the Bashar government and the Kurdish government was established. But then the Turks were, under Erdogan, looked at this in a very pessimistic sense, because they started to view the growth of Kurdish power in Syria as a threat to Turkish national stability, as weapons, fighters, training, support could start to slip across the border from Syria into the Kurdish parts of Turkey and built up, particularly the PKK. The PKK is the Turkish version of the Kurdish YPG. It is a Marxist-Leninist. Well, Marxist-Lenin. It's Marxist. I don't know if you describe it as Marxist-Leninist or like libertarian Marxist or whatever. But it is a Marxist Kurdish nationalist group that has carried out significant attacks and terror attacks across Turkey for decades, and it is registered as a terrorist organization in Turkey. Kind of their main focus and their big concern in Ankara was that support from Syria could slip across the border and help bolster and build up the PKK and cause more deaths of Turkish nationalists and Turkish soldiers in their various attacks. So as Kurdish power grew in Syria, that's whenever you started to see Turkish military intervention climb up the board in regards to Syria. So there was a lot of allegations that the Turks implicitly supplied and assisted ISIS whenever ISIS had its explosive growth across the border into Iraq and then into Syria. Is they particularly took over significant amounts of this border territory, and the Kurds particularly often alleged that the Turks were implicitly allowing this and outright supporting it. And this kind of reached its zenith around the famous Battle of Kobani, whenever the Kurds held out during a ISIS siege of this city. And there was a lot of allegations, particularly around that the Turkish artillery was shelling Kurdish positions, or that the Turks were allowing ISIS fighters to cross the border for medical support, and that they were supplying various arms to ISIS fighters, and all these various allegations. I don't know if those were proven or not. It's been a while since I paid attention to this. You're talking about 2015, 2016 time here. But that was the allegation at the time. But I'm sure, as people might remember, is that eventually the Kurds broke the back of the ISIS offensive in Kobani. And then very rapidly ISIS went onto their retreat. That's whenever the Russian-backed Syrian government offensive really picked up steam. And then the Kurds went on the offensive, and ISIS very quickly started to collapse across most of Syria, to such an extent that the vast majority of the territory that the Syrian Kurds hold today is territory that they liberated from ISIS. So that was kind of concerned the Turks, because they seen that as the growth of Kurdish power. And then this is whenever you started to get outright Turkish intervention in Syria. So you had the Turks were supporting ethnic Turkmen, particularly up here around the Atenei. I believe that's the Atenei province. This is what you call it. But or in the Idlib area, there is an ethnic Turkic people. They're known as the Syrian Turkmen. Because they are ethnically very close to the Turks, they were kind of patronized by Ankara, got a lot of weapons and support from the Turkish government. And I think at this stage, that was largely to secure their existence and survival as a people, not so much to overthrow the Syrian government. But especially up in Idlib, this is kind of the al-Nusra territory. This is where your hardcore Salafists and Islamists established their toehold in the Syrian civil war. I think it was largely to keep the Turkmen alive as a distinct ethnic group inside Syria, but also to try and curry some form of influence within these Islamist power blocks that were operating in the Idlib area, and especially along the Turkish border, along this part of the frontier. This is also the area where the Turks infamously shot down a Russian jet whenever it is alleged by Ankara to have strayed across the border into Turkey. But that was kind of the nadir of Russian-Turkish relations. After that, there was a detente between Moscow and Ankara, but we'll comment on that whenever we start to focus particularly on Russia. But it is up here, particularly where the Turks have been especially active. So the Turks started to patronize certain rebel groups, started to detach them from the more vehemently anti-Bashar and Islamist power structures around Idlib, and tried to turn them more into like a Turkish proxy into fighting the Kurds. So the Kurds held this entire area. This was known as the Afrin, I believe it was the Afrin Commune. I think that might have been the official name of it, because this kind of area was all under Kurdish control. So the Kurds used to hold a little bit up in Aleppo. Then they started to move north to support their brothers up here around Afrin. And this was cut off from the wider body of the Kurdish autonomous region. The Turks very much felt uncomfortable with this here, so he launched a when was that military intervention? Give me as I just refresh dates. 2018. So in 2018, Operation Olive Branch, the Turkish military supporting rebel fighters launched a military invasion, intervention, however you want to name it, across the border from the Turkish side of the border into Afrin, with the object of pushing out the Kurdish fighters in this area, which they largely did. This is kind of, it was a bit of mix and mix for the Turks. It was a bit of a humiliation, but ultimately their strategic objectives were met. Whenever people talk about Leopard 2 in Ukraine and the supplying of the Leopard tank to Ukraine, a lot of talk has gone about how poorly they seem to fare under the Turks in regards to Syria. They're largely talking about this area because this is where a number of Turkish Leopard 2s were destroyed. I believe it was more down to just poor commanders and poor use of the tank rather than an inherent problem with the tank itself. But nonetheless, it was in this area because certain parts of the operation the Turks very much botched it, and they suffered a number of losses for doing it. But nonetheless, eventually they were able to push the Kurds out of Afrin, and they pushed them down to this sort of toehold up against the Syrian government-held territory. But by this stage of the war, around about 2018, there was kind of a quasi-alliance, de facto alliance between the Bashar government and the Kurds. So it all gets very nebulous, but because of the Turkish attacks on the Kurds in this area, the Kurds were naturally appealing to their Western benefactors, the United States, other NATO powers. And as the West does, the people who tend to rely on Western powers in terms of military support in their own conflicts is the West largely sold out the Kurds in this regard. Is if it comes down between Syrian Kurds and Turkish national interests, is NATO and especially the United States was always going to sell out the Kurds in favor of the Turks. And this is kind of where you've seen a cooling of relations between the Kurds and Western powers, and this sort of forced marriage of inconvenience, as it were, between the Kurds and the Syrian government. Because the Kurds, after Afrin, kind of cottoned on that whenever push comes to shove, they can't really depend on the West to come and protect them against Turkish machinations. Although there would be ongoing, and still is ongoing, Western support for the Kurdish region in Syria, I think it's more to kind of maintain a degree of influence in Syria as opposed to allowing the entire territory to fall back under the control of Bashar al-Assad, and therefore by proxy the influence of Moscow. But whenever it comes up against the Turks, the line was kind of drawn, is that the West will side with the Turks over the Kurds. This kind of pivoted the Kurds to seek a détente with Damascus, where there is now effectively a kind of de facto military alliance across most of Syria between the Kurds and the Syrian government. And this is why the Kurds were able to maintain this toehold up here in the north, because the Syrian government allowed fighters from wider Kurdistan, from the wider Kurdish territories and supplies to come in and support them in order to beat off the largely by this stage Turkish-backed rebels as opposed to the Turkish army, from completely wiping out this Kurdish enclave in this area. But of course, there is this blue area, as emphasized on this map. This is another military intervention that the Turks have conducted in. Quick drink. This is why I kind of wish that Felix was here so I could take these needed breaks. Pardon me. This was another military intervention conducted by the Turks to push back Turkish control across much of the border area. If I remember correctly, there wasn't actually too much fighting in this area. I believe that there was there was kind of a mediation conducted by the United States, where the United States kind of mediated between the Kurdish and the Turkish groups. The Turks were threatening to come in a full-scale military intervention, and that seemed to have been open-ended. They didn't quite qualify what that would have meant during those threats. It could have meant the Turks going all the way through Syria and wiping out the Turkish-controlled zone, or was it a limited intervention just to secure the border? It was kind of open-ended, and the United States kind of mediated between the two to secure a largely voluntary Kurdish withdrawal from this section of the border, and to have it patrolled by joint Turkish and American military patrols. So that was what established yet another area of Turkish influence in Syria as well. So that's kind of the on the ground situation of the of Ankara towards Syria. Across the border in Syria, you have ongoing Turkish military interventions, be that Turkish airstrikes on Kurdish positions, or be it Turkish ground forces actually crossing the border and physically clearing out Kurdish troops in northern Iraq. That's an ongoing issue, but largely the situation in Syria itself seems to have largely stabilized. Every now and again, the Turks will carry out an airstrike here or there, but as with most of the conflict, it's largely been frozen in place now as regards to the Turks. What fighting does go on tends to be between government-backed forces and against Islamists in Idlib, and against sort of ISIS holdouts that are spread out across government-held Syria and Syrian and Kurdish enclave in Syria as well, and also some lingering fighting that continues on amongst the dissatisfied sections in the south of the country near the Golan Heights. So that's kind of the Turkish element towards Syria. This situation with Syria was kind of where the whole neo-Ottomanist allegations towards Erdogan came about, because there was a lot of speculation that he was looking to establish a full-on client state, puppet state, a pro-Turkish puppet state in Syria, and kind of rebuild a quasi-Ottoman empire-esque influence across the Middle East. And Syria was going to be the bridgehead to do it, but obviously that didn't come about. So going forward, as the Bashar government reestablishes itself internationally and continues to build up its strength and upper hand in regards to its conflict with the rebel holdouts, it'll be interesting to see what the ongoing influence of Erdogan in regards to Syria has on this process, because I believe that Moscow might mediate a lot of Turkish influence in Syria, because that was kind of the big thing that put the brakes on this Turkish drive on its designs in Syria, was the Russian military intervention. But with the détente between Moscow and Ankara, and especially the ongoing pragmatic relationship in regards to the situation in Ukraine, I think Turkey might go down the route of an accommodation with the Damascus government. Is they might try and carve out a Syrian, a Kurdish style autonomous enclave for the Turkic people in Syria. They're largely based up around Afrin, in this sort of canton that they've established under Turkish military protection up here. I believe that will be used as like an influence, a bit of leverage that Ankara could hold over Moscow and Damascus as this sort of rehabilitation of the al-Assad government continues. So that could be a way for Turkey to try and secure an ongoing influence and stake within Syria as the civil war starts to wind down there. So with that, I think that's kind of the spiel on Syria that I'm looking to wrap up. Let me just see if I can rustle up Felix. Let me barrage him a couple of messages again. Like I say, he was messaging me a couple of hours ago. He definitely swore he would be on the stream. I don't know. I know it is late in Japan, so I kind of fear that he might have gone to sleep. He did say he said this. I hope he jumps on, because it's a lot easier on my throat. Pardon me. It is a lot easier on my throat if I can bounce off someone opposed to going on spiel. So Erdogan is giving a victory speech at the moment. Let me see if I can find a English translation of it. I won the runoff with the support of the Turkish people. Whoever serves the people will never be defeated. Turkey is a trust in our necks. The people held us responsible for ruling for the next 5 years. CHP, which is the Republicans People's Party, that is the Kemalist party, the oppositionist, will hold Kılıçdaroğlu and his clique accountable for losing the elections. It is a celebration of democracy in its full display. The victor today is Turkey, or Turkaya, since they've reverted to Turkish transliteration of the name, and we will not give up on democracy. And okay, so I might not have Felix immediately to hand, but I might have the third rung of the old trifecta to hand. So I might bring on George to bounce off a bit, because I think George probably has a better idea of oil politics and the various pipelines that run through this region than I do. So I will likely bring on George in a few minutes, chat, just to give my throat a break and also to accommodate for Felix going walkies on me at a very inconvenient time. But just a couple of the international responses coming in. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, which, for people who are not aware of that, is the Taliban, congratulates Erdogan for winning the presidential elections. The Honorable Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, Al-Hajj Mullah Mohammed Hassan Akhund. The Taliban foreign minister says on its Twitter account that I congratulate His Excellency Recep Erdogan on his victory in the second round. So there you go. The Taliban is celebrating Turkish democracy. So let's see. Have we had a word from Vladimir Putin yet, or from Zelensky? Okay, apparently Erdogan is going to be holding a concert in front of Presidential Palace this evening. Let me have a quick look through TASS. TASS got a response. Not seen it as yet, so I imagine it'll be coming, or they've already happened. It just hasn't been reported yet. But so far, we've heard from Viktor Orban, the Taliban, Libya is such a complicated state. I don't know if that is the field marshal government or is that the parliamentary government. The pro-Turkish faction in Libya has congratulated him. the Emir of Qatar, so they're starting to come in now. Kind of notable which ones have been first out of the gate on that. So, with that, I tell you what, George, you are there. I'll give you a bell. So if it does work out, the way I'll do this is I'll just call George on Telegram and I'll just have him on as a fact. Now I will tell you what. To make this easier, I will fire up a Telegram stream as well. So therefore George can join that and I can just unmute him. That is probably the best way to wing around this as opposed to having to deal with free streams. So look. Oh, it's been a while since I have done Telegram streams. There you go, let's try that. So George, if you're still there, if you want to join the Telegram live stream on Buhanko Watch, and I will bring you on that way. That is probably the easiest and simplest way to do this. So if when Felix does join, we'll just throw him in the stream as well, and let's do that. So live stream on Watch. Okay. And I will bring you on that way. That is probably the okay. Felix. Oh no, Felix. George.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I on?
Yep, I've just got a bit of feedback. I can hear myself speaking back on your end, so.
Hey, Michael?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? I can hear myself on your end though, George, so I think you might need to mute the YouTube live stream.
Okay, wait. Am I on?
I can see you on the Telegram stream, so that's the way we're going to do it. So if you mute the YouTube on your end, that should stop the feedback coming through onto me and onto the stream. All good? Is it all good? You still there, George? Okay, I guess while George is sorting that out, let's have a quick look, see what you guys are saying. Can't Turkey just annex Syria? No, I don't think they can. I would imagine the refugees in Turkey would be of a higher moral character as they chose to remain close to their homeland. I guess in a certain way, but again, most of the refugees who go through Syria and go through Turkey and into Europe are not actually Syrian. So, how are we doing, George? How are we doing, George? I just realized I was muted on the Telegram stream. George?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
Okay, so Chat, do let me know if there's a bit of an echo coming through. I might need to slip through onto my headphones if there is, but we'll see how it goes. So just chat, just keep me abreast of how the audio situation goes on. But so George, how are you doing?
Oh, doing great. I just woke up a little while ago and just doing stuff. I've been doing. I finished that other slide set on the surveillance state and CRP on the Working Brother channel, but I wanted to get back into the Turkish elections because I wanted to get back into the regional strat plans that I need to re-release in another set of videos. Hold on a second. I got the UFC going on next to me. Let me quiet that down a little bit.
Yeah, that'd probably be for the best. So. Yeah, like I say, if and when Felix does wake up, I assume he's probably napping at the moment, I will just add him into this Telegram group chat and wing it that way. So whenever George gets back, I'll see if he wants anything to say on Syria, and I'll sort out headphones on my end. So headphones equal better. So.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, so
but
George...
What I had written on LinkedIn before, from a couple of years ago while I was still in Kabul, was that the Shia strat plan ever since 1979 was to unite all the Shia areas in the region. And if one looks at a map, you can see that. Now, it's not 100% because you have the Sunni Shia religious divide, and then there's different types of Sunni beliefs between, Wahhabi fundamentalism and Sufi and Hanafi, very moderate forms of Islam. So, and then you have an ethnic and historical component to it also. So, the way I do analysis on that is I do the Sunni Shia divide first, and then look for certain ethnic and linguistic ties second. So, in the initial, when you had the Iranian Revolution, they had a theocracy because after Muhammad originally had a theocracy. When he died, the first four caliphs were only elected by the imams. So that set the precedent that only a small group of imams elect the caliph. Therefore, all Western forms of government are illegitimate, and all family dynasties are illegitimate in Islam. The Sunnis then later in 79 had the Grand Mosque seizure. It eventually got put down. The Saudi government took the Grand Mosque back, but then started they made a deal with the Wahhabis that they would start exporting Sunni Wahhabism, Salafism to the rest of the region. And they've done that in Afghanistan, and is to push back against the Shia revolution. So the Shia are trying to unite all the different Shia areas. Now, how does that pertain to this conversation? Well, the United States wanted to break that up, so it backed certain Sunni groups in the region and then backed the Kurdish groups. Okay, the Kurds are Sunnis, but they're against the Arabs. So you get not the religious breakdown, but you get the ethnic separation there. So that's why I look at the religious similarities and differences, and look at the ethnic and linguistic characteristics also, because when you go through the different histories of the different cultures, that's where you see there is traditionally an alliance, or are traditionally a rivalry. And a lot of those carry forth. They really don't change all that much. So in this case, the US has always wanted to stop Iran from forming a Shia crescent with the Alawite Shia in Syria. Right now, the Shia have both control of southern Lebanon and southern Syria because of the war, actually. So they can and the Khorasan area that the Mahdi militia is supposed to come from is half in Iran and basically half in Afghanistan. Right now, the Shia, as far as fulfilling all the end times prophecies in the Hadith, are way ahead because they can attack Israel from the north, from southern Lebanon and southern Syria, and actually come from the western Khorasan. So, but they have to go through the Kurdistan regions of Iran, Iraq, and Syria to do that. So the Sunnis are trying to block it. The United States is trying to block it. But then the United States, when you back the Sunni groups, you give weapons to one Sunni group, they give them to the other, and they end up in the hands of ISIS. I think that's the easiest way to explain that. So the United States is trying to stop the Shia crescent in the region, but is also battling ISIS on one hand, but in some ways supplying them on the other. It's a very difficult region to deal with, obviously. So with the pipelines going in different areas,
Just a second, George. Apparently, sound has gone silent. Just check. Let me just have a quick look. How we doing now, chat? Sorry, I'm playing about with some headphones. I'm trying to. Where's George? It's not my headphones. Just
yeah.
Looks like I might have boomered the audio a bit there. I'm back. So yeah, I must have put the audio jack into the wrong thing. So just as George speaks, I'm just trying to sort out some headphones here. So apologies for that, guys. So sorry to interrupt, George, but if you want to continue on there, I hate to kind of get you to focus a bit more onto the specifics here, but I mean, could you sort of go into how this relates specifically to Turkey and how Turkey plays into this wider geopolitical struggle around this situation in Syria, and specifically how the government of Erdogan has kind of influenced things? That's okay.
Oh yeah, I'm just looking at the map that I see up on YouTube. So I'm just commenting on the map that I guess you still have it up.
Yeah, it's still there.
Turkey's a big player because they've been they have their own strat plan. I wanted to go over what the strat plan of the Sunni and Shia strat plans are, basically between Tehran and Riyadh, as a way to then talk about, well, what's the Turkish strat plan? Well, with Erdogan, it's really easy. His plan is to basically restore the northern half of the Ottoman Empire, not the whole thing, just the northern half, because he just wants to get the oil and natural gas out of the Caspian region, have it transit through Turkey and then on to Europe so he can make some money. It's been Russia that's been blocking the pipeline underneath the Caspian Sea for all these years. And the United States would like to see that pipeline go from Turkmenistan to Baku and then on through Turkey because then the Caspian region could sell their oil. Can sell their oil and their gas without it going through Russia. So when you talk about the United States trying to break apart the Russian Federation and the Security Cooperation Council, the SCO or organization rather, you're talking about breaking it up so they can sell their pipelines without going through the North Caucasus pipeline that goes through Dagestan and Chechnya and Ossetia. Yeah, he's a wedge, and he's got a vision as far as not only being an oil and gas transfer area, but also a big, huge railroad transshipping area resource. So China can avoid going through the Suez Canal, or just lower the dependence on the Suez Canal by overland transportation. I haven't been following Turkey as much from what Kılıçdaroğlu wants to do, but he's a little bit more pro-Kurdish, and I'm not exactly sure how that plays into it. That's why I was just sitting here just listening to your show today, so I could kind of catch up on it, because I got too many other projects. But when you go to Armenia, Iran would like to sell its oil and gas through Armenia and Georgia and out to the Black Sea. Meanwhile, Turkey would love to get rid of the Armenians so they could have a pipeline that goes from Baku, which is a Turkish-speaking, Azerbaijan is a Turkish-speaking country. So it can go from one Turkish-speaking country to another without going through Christian Armenia. Then they could have an alternative to the Baku-Tbilisi, Kars and Seyhan pipeline, and they could just cut out a middleman there that's NATO influence that the United States would like to have more influence in, but isn't quite there. It's Georgia. Ukraine. So when you start to fight over this region, a whole bunch of people want to have pipelines that crisscross, and you're talking about making trillions of dollars over a 5 or 10 year period. So you have the major powers stoking ethnic rivalries in these areas and arming them, and that's why it's so volatile. Let me kick it back over.
Yeah, no problem. Well, I was just kind of finishing off on the Syrian aspect of it. I was probably going to move down to Libya next and then up to the Caucasus. That was kind of the way I was going to go about it. Are you okay to do with that, or is there any parting shots towards the Syria and the Middle Eastern aspect of it?
Yeah, I just wanted to throw in the Sunni strat plan of uniting the Shia areas and attacking Israel from the north as far as their end times prophecy, and then the Sunni strat plan is to back the Pashtun Taliban, because they're 6 or 7 of the lost tribes of Israel, and have them march through Iran and then attack Israel from Jordan. That's to Iraq and Jordan. That's their basic strat plan. And then Turkey's isn't as Islamist as those two scenarios. They're more about transiting as much oil and railway cargo as possible. I think that's the fastest way to explain the strategic plans of the countries. Erdogan has been very, very. He's built a lot of infrastructure and really wants to expand that key logistical, geographical peculiarity of Turkey. He's been really pushing for that. So he's also gotten rid of a lot of secular judges 10 years ago and a lot of secular generals. So he's made it much more of a hardline Islamist state, and he's been after a lot of the Gulenists that became a lot of the different teachers and professors that were a little bit more Western oriented, Well, they're Kemalists. So yeah, he wants to keep it going the Islamist direction, and from what I understand, Kılıçdaroğlu wants to go back and be a Kemalist and probably a Gulenist, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, in terms of the internal politics, that's why I was rather hoping that Felix would have showed up on time and made an appearance, because he has a bit more of a, he's lived in Turkey and he could elucidate a bit more on the domestic issues of Turkish politics and identities. But I guess this is kind of a good way to sort of delve into it, I guess, now that it's been broached. But yeah, especially if there's any German listeners or people in German speaking countries, as they've had go on.
The person to get on the show would be Robert from my Telegram channel. He knows everything about this area.
If he's about.
Yeah, I don't know if we can get him on this fast, but yeah, he's like the expert of experts on the whole region.
But especially Germanic speaking countries, because they've had a significant amount of Turkish immigration since the end of the Second World War, will probably be able to attest, is that Turkish national identity is very different to, well, it was very different and probably still is to a large degree, although it's tempering in recent years. It's very different to sort of like the wider Islamic migrant sort of identity. And I know this is sort of looking at more of the diaspora than it is the internal politics, but it kind of feeds into it, because sort of whenever you have migrant diasporas in Europe especially, so whenever you have Arabs or Pakistanis or another Islamic group in a diaspora, like Europeans would tend to just kind of class them all as Muslim. They are Muslim immigrants, because in and of themselves, those sort of diasporas would tend to emphasize their faith as above to their nationality or ethnicity. Whenever it comes to an outside group, say to the host nation, so like a Pakistani or an Algerian or a Bosnian or something like that, would potentially see themselves more as Muslim whenever they are in a foreign country as a migrant group. Whereas the Turks are very different to that. Is Turks, it's very much the nationality that comes first as opposed to the religion. Is whenever you sort of had the upswing of Islamist terrorism or Islamist political thought in Western countries, particularly in Europe through the 2000s, is the Turks were always surprisingly absent from that by and large, because that was very much sort of like more of a pan-Islamic identity that sort of these migrant groups could buy into. Obviously, whenever it comes to like Pakistanis or other Arab groups, once they start to associate amongst each other, that's whenever they'd start to identify amongst their clan, their tribe, their ethnicity, or their nationality. But in terms of towards the outside populations, they would often just be sort of like an Islamic, as a Muslim pan-Islamic identity, a Sunni or Shia identity. Whereas the Turks never really were a part of that. Is the Turks, it was always very much, no, I'm Turkish. I might tangentially be Muslim, but like if you asked them in the street, it'd be, oh, I'm Turkish. Or if you asked someone to identify them in the street, particularly in Germany, Germany was kind of the country that took in a lot of Turkish migrants, it was the Turks as opposed to like the Muslims whenever they would be identified. And I think that goes back to the sort of Ataturkist Kemalist nature of Turkey for most of the previous century before Erdogan came in. Is it was very much this secular, religion wasn't the big point, it was very much the ethnicity. It was the Turkic, I am a Turk, I am Turkish, as opposed to, oh, I am Muslim and then Turkish. It was very much, I am from Turkey, I am ethnically a Turk, I am a Turkish nationalist first and foremost. Then I would probably be a Muslim, or in many cases the faith may not even come into it at all. So like I say, I think Felix would have a very good spiel on this, but I don't know if you'd have anything to elucidate on that sort of aspect of Turkish national identity and how Ataturkist and Kemalist thought went into crafting it, as opposed to the more Islamist identity that's starting to come out under Erdogan, because of course Erdogan has sort of a rejection, a pushback against the sort of Kemalist a Turkish nation state model, and he sort of embraces more of an Islamic Turkish identity as opposed to an ethnic one.
Yeah, I mean the Turks come from the steppes of Asia. So they've come, they migrated west. So they have a totally different history than the Persians and the Arabs. That's why they're never going to be, one and the same. I mean, they're not really even from they're not even from the same region, originally. And even the Turkic people have blended in with so many other cultures because of the different of all the different what's the word I'm looking for? All the different invaders going back and forth through that whole region of Central Asia. Because you had the Mongols, you had the Turks, but you had other groups in there also. So the empires went back and forth. The nomads is what I was looking for. You have all these nomadic tribes going back and forth. So those are, they're nomadic Asiatic peoples. So it's totally different than the desert Bedouins culture.
Yep, very much so. Yeah. Sorry, I just had someone at the door there, but yeah, very much so. Is that, and that was even kind of a contention under the Ottoman period, was the fact that the ethnic Arabs, because obviously the Prophet was an Arab himself, and that was a sort of bone of contention that built up Arab nationalism in the late 1800s and into the 19th century, was the fact that the House of Islam, the Caliph, the Caliphate, was being held by this Turkic interloper as opposed to an ethnic Arab who comes from the line of Muhammad, as it were. But and then even then is this sort of nomadic heritage, which is something we'll touch on tangentially as we go through the various countries that I'm looking to touch on. Is the Turks have kind of this interesting relation with the Turkic people. The Turkic peoples being by and large the groups that came out of these nomadic origins out of Central Asia. So kind of, if people know their history, they'll know of the great migrations that's seen the end to the Roman Empire, the Huns, the Slavs that migrated west, the various Germanic peoples, and all those groups. Well, later on in that process, after the Magyars and all the Pechenegs and all that sort of migrated in the 800s and 900s AD, round about 900 to 1100 AD, you also had, out of what is kind of northeastern Kazakhstan, sort of western China, this sort of part of southern Siberia and into Mongolia. This is kind of where the Turkic peoples come from. This is where the kind of predating the Mongols slightly, the growth of Genghis Khan, is you had they would become known as the Seljuk Turks. They migrated to the south out of the Central Asian desert and steppes. They took over Iran, what is now Iran, but then Persia. Splinters of them would go up north and establish the modern nation of Azerbaijan. The Kazakhs, the Uzbeks, the Turkmen, the Kyrgyz, and the Tajiks are all part of this wider Turkic group. So whenever we're talking about Turkic, you have to kind of look at it as in the same way that we would look at Slavs or Germanics. So in the way the Slavic peoples contain the Poles, the Russians, the Ukrainians, the Bulgarians, the Serbs, the Croatians, or the way Germanic people, quote unquote, contains the Swedes, the Norwegians, the Germans, obviously the Austrians, the Danes, the Anglos, the English / British, the French, the Spanish. That's the way you have to sort of look at the Turkic peoples as kind of like this nebulous family group of nations and ethnic groups. So you had the Seljuk Turks began their migrations and conquests through Persia, when was the Battle of Manzikert? That was 1097. So yeah, you were to talk about the 900s ADs into the 1000s ADs. They supplanted various powers, particularly the Persians and some of the Arabs. Splinters of their groups would, like I say, go on to establish the nation of Azerbaijan. Then there you had the Battle of Manzikert, which crippled the then Eastern Roman Empire, the what people would probably know as the Byzantine Empire, which opened up Anatolia to the Turkic peoples, and out of that, eventually you would come the Turks themselves, which is kind of like the leading nation of these Turkic nations. So that's kind of how the modern emphasis of Turkey as it would come about, was through this migration. But alongside this, there is also a cultural similarity between the Turks and especially the Magyars, the Hungarians. Now, the Magyars aren't really a Turkic people. I think they're more, I think the term is like Turan people. So they're not Turkic, but they do have a close cultural similarity to the Turks and the Turkic peoples, because the Magyars were part of this group that sort of migrated to the west out of Siberia and Central Asia. So the Magyars, for example, like historically, their ethnogenesis is they're quite similar to sort of like the Finns, the Estonians, and the Finno-Uralic people, which are currently based in modern Russia. And the sort of, I believe the historical hypothesis here is that you had this Finno-Uralic people who lived beside the Turkic peoples, and the Magyars were the ones right on the borderlands who absorbed a lot of this cultural influence from the Turkic people. So whenever they migrated into Europe, into what was then the Pannonian Basin, and established the nation of Hungary, is a lot of that cultural influence has sort of remained in Hungarian culture and particularly Hungarian language. So whenever the Turkic people came and established the House of Osman and the Ottoman Empire, and you had the expansion of that entity through the Balkans, and they came into conflict with the Magyars. I believe there is a lot of historical curiosity at the time, where there was a lot of sort of interchanged or very similar words between the languages of the Hungarian armies that would clash with these Ottoman Turkic armies. And then that's kind of, obviously they're not antagonistic to anymore, but it's just kind of showing this sort of kind of close historical parallelism between Hungary and Turkey, which remains to this day. Probably a bit more political these days is Viktor Orban and Erdogan, who are sort of embarked on this more pragmatic relationship with Western powers, especially since the coup in Turkey in 2016, and the growing criticism of the more sovereignist and national conservative nature of Hungarian politics since Viktor Orban's come into power. I think this sort of cultural similarity between the two countries has now also helped buffer a deeper sort of cultural affinity between the two. So that's we'll come into Turkey probably in its own little focus whenever I move on to talk about Turkey's relations with the West. But let's just kind of give people a bit of a very ham-fisted, very quick rundown on sort of like the Turkic peoples, who are the Turkic peoples, and how the Turks themselves came to establish themselves in Anatolia, and through that process slowly supplant and eventually effectively exterminate the Hellenic, the Greek, the Romanoi, the old Eastern Roman populations that used to inhabit Anatolia, and how Anatolia became what is now modern day Turkey. So I don't know if you have anything you want to sort of chime in on that, George. Sorry if that was a bit long-winded and a bit of a tangent, but
no, not really. No, that was a good explanation of just a general migration patterns. But what were you saying? I haven't been able to follow this election because, like I said, I just kind of read other people that do. I'm working on other things. But what is Kılıçdaroğlu? Kılıçdaroğlu? What does he want? What
is how I've decided to pronounce it. Sorry, say it again.
What does he want to do with the country, as far as direction? Because I haven't been able to follow as much as I would like.
So he is a Kemalist. He's the Kemalist candidate. So he does seek for. I don't think isolation is the right word, but he was certainly more pro-Western than Erdogan, from what I can gather from what he was saying and putting out, is that he does believe that Turkey should like return Syrian refugees back to Syria, is that Turkey's taken in far too many of those people, but that he decries the drift of Erdogan in Turkey under Erdogan away from sort of Western, I don't want to say Western values because that's a very loaded and toxic term in this day and age, but the whole emphasis of Kemalism was kind of this idea, this drive to westernize, to make Turkey a European nation as opposed to like a Middle Eastern nation. This is why they dropped the Arabic script in favor of the Latin script and all the various modernization reforms of Ataturk. But yeah, from my understanding is Kılıçdaroğlu, he sort of decries this drift away from the west of Turkey under Erdogan, and he wishes to kind of reverse that to a degree, maybe start to re-explore deepening ties with the European Union. But also particularly in regards to what the emphasis of what I do is about, is he was very much sort of on board with the NATO consensus in regards to sanctions against Russia and Russian individuals, and also potentially upgrading the level of Turkish military support to Ukraine, which obviously is kind of a big step up from what is currently happening, because obviously there is military support, Bayraktars and armored vehicles and some weaponry going to Ukraine under the current administration of Erdogan, but Erdogan is very much playing this very pragmatic relationship, trying to maintain close relations with Russia, but also cultivate new relations with Ukraine. But in the wider context that there is this increasingly cold and distancing relationship between Ankara and Turkey reasserting itself as kind of a regional power.
You said between Ankara and Turkey, I think.
Oh yeah, sorry.
That right?
So between Ankara and NATO, and sort of, like I say, so Erdogan's looking to play this pragmatic relationship between Ankara and Moscow, and Ankara and Kiev, in the context of this increasingly cold and distancing relationship between Turkey and NATO. So hopefully that makes a bit more sense. Sorry, I got a bit caught up in my words. I kind of do that whenever I go on a bit of a tangent. Apologize for that.
Yeah, it's just when you come see, I mean, Russia's interest in this is, and we've been covering this, for well over a year now, because I started from the very first Felix streams. Well, you've always done the day-to-day analysis of the battle and of the war, and I've always done the overarching regional, pipelines and petrodollar aspect. But I always covered this from the Great Game forward of, well, how come Putin attacked? Well, he had a reason. The Western narrative is just leaves it out. The West has always practiced a great game of always hemming in Russia's ports and pipelines. So they wanted Poland, Ukraine, and Georgia as match sets to block in Russia's ports and pipelines going into Europe. Well, if the United States gets more influence with Turkey, then it takes away the possibility of Russia mixing its gas with Azeri gas and selling it to Europe, and getting around the sanctions. So it closes off a lot of possibilities, because Turkey's in a position where if they could help Russia sell gas to Europe, then everybody gets around the sanctions and they get a piece of the action. Same thing with Israel, because they don't want to buy oil from Arabs, so they get most of their oil and natural gas from Baku. So they depend on the Baku Tbilisi Ceyhan pipeline for a lot of their stuff. They would love to see a shortcut pipeline go straight through Armenia to Ceyhan and get it a little bit faster. So there's a whole bunch of interest in this area that you don't readily see, because unless you're reading, watching oilprice.com and things like that. I haven't much lately, but I mean, I used to read it every day. If you didn't know which way the pipelines ran now and which ones they want to add, the different actors in that region's, well, let me state it affirmatively. The more you know about what they want to do with the pipelines and the oil fields of getting stuff to Europe for the markets, the more you understand all these different games that are going on with one of the major powers stoking an ethnic rivalry within a region to stop somebody else's infrastructural project. So Erdogan is definitely he's in NATO, but you know he's not a real NATOist. That's obvious. He's trying to use his position to really, well, they use mass migration as a weapon. So it'd be very interesting to see what Ragulu would do if he got into power, how he would change that or whatever.
Yeah, well, just with the emphasis that hasn't come to pass, Erdogan has made the threshold, so he has been officially re-elected as president. But someone's brought it up in chat, and believe me, I am wondering that myself. But I'm kind of, if Felix does decide to make an appearance like he said he would, I think he would probably have a better idea of this, as he actually lived in Istanbul for a few years. So I'm kind of, I want to go into the Gulen movement because I know very little of it, but I think Felix might have a better idea of it than me, and then how that affected the 2016 coup. So I think I might just give it a bit more time. Hope Felix, I assume he's asleep, wakes up, because he did tell me he did set an alarm, but I've not heard from him. So we'll give him a little bit more time before we start to touch on the Gulen movement and coup in 2016, which kind of changed everything. But with that, I think
I just passed through Turkey. I never actually, I just stayed there a week at a time or whatever.
Yeah.
I never actually lived there, so.
Yeah, well, Felix has, I believe he lived there for a couple years, and he knows quite a lot about it, so it's why I kind of asked him on. So hopefully Felix does make the appearance that he did promise. I don't want to sound too crestfallen, but he did promise me like 4 hours ago that he would be here. So we live in hope.
Yeah, he's probably. Yeah, we were also supposed to do. Well, according to him, I was supposed to do a half a dozen streams with him this past week. So. Whenever he shows up, he shows up. Michael.
Hello. Yep.
Yeah. How long did you plan on doing this?
For about over a week now.
No. I mean, how long have you been on? Oh, wait. You've been on for 100 minutes today?
1 hour, 42 minutes exact right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, how much longer did you want to go?
I'm not too sure. The original plan with Felix was just kind of freewheeling it. I was hoping for maybe 2, potentially 3 hours, depending how fast we went through it. But I'm kind of having to wing it a bit here. So like I say, hopefully we hear from him shortly.
Yeah.
But, with that, I'm going to kind of quickly move on just to try and speed things up. So going to probably spend a short amount of time talking about this, because Libya is such a confusing mess of a country. It is kind of the definition of Western interventionism and its consequences literally to a T. So, just a quick one on Libya is that there is Turkish influence in Libya. Turks are backing. This is where Turkey and Russia, to a degree, come into a bit of conflict with each other in regards to their influence peddling abroad, which is kind of a running theme with Russia and Turkey, but yet there is an ongoing political and diplomatic détente between the two powers, which is interesting. But so I'm pretty sure people know the very basics is in 2014, Western countries decided that they're going to do the thing that they've proven they do the best: launch a military intervention in Libya, overthrow the Gaddafi government, and then just allow the country to fall into complete ruin. And ever since 2014, Libya has been I don't know if I could say that word. It has been a hellhole, a war-torn, blasted strip of the North African coast, where various disparate competing factions are constantly at war with each other. It is where a lot of the migrants that enter Europe enter from because of the lack of any real central authority in the country. It was a major oil exporter, has now, I believe, in some regards turned into an oil importer because of the damage to the oil infrastructure and the sheer collapse of production in Libya. It is a humanitarian catastrophe, ongoing factional disputes, and the Turks, I believe, support one side of it, the House of Representatives, I believe it is, which is generally more of the Western-backed one, or, in fact, no, which is the one that Wagner supports. So Wagner supports the Tobruk government. Which is the Tobruk government? Let me have a quick... The House of Representatives, yes. So the Russians back the Tobruk government, which is obviously based out of Tobruk in eastern Libya. This is the one that a number of... like I say, Libya is a complete disaster of a country. It is so complex. I don't think we can come into it too much. But the Tobruk government, supported by certain Western governments, is also supported by Russia. This is one of the factions where Wagner, the orchestra, forgot myself there for a second, the orchestra is particularly active. This is one of their growing areas. For example, Wagner was reported to be very active during the Battle of, is it Misrata or Sirte? I think it was Misrata. A number of years ago, the BBC did a lot of stories on this, where the Tobruk government launched an offensive against the Turkish-backed government, which is also supported by some other Western governments, along with Syrian rebel groups. You had Syrian rebel groups were brought in by the Turks to bolster the numbers for their backed government in Syria. And then you had the orchestra came in to prop up Russian influence and interests in Libya. And I believe it was in Misrata where the orchestra led a large attack at one point. So this is kind of a place where both Russia and Turkey are kind of in collision with each other. And forgive me, I really don't know a lot about Libya. It is a very complex situation. And like I say, just to illustrate it for you, let's have a look. Going to cheap out on this, but just going by what Wikipedia says, for example, the Tobruk government is listed. It has Egypt, UAE, Sudan, the Syrian government, that is Bashar al-Assad, Russia, France, Saudi Arabia, Chad, Jordan, Belarus, Greece, Cyprus, and Israel are their foreign backers. So that's one side in it. You've got France and Russia, Saudi Arabia, Israel and Cyprus and Greece and Belarus on one side. And then on the other side, which is the government of National Accord based in Tripoli, you have the Syrian rebels, Turkey, Qatar, Sudan again, apparently playing both sides, Pakistan, Iran, Morocco, Algeria, Malta, Italy, most of the European Union, the United Kingdom, and the United States. So I don't want to use a specific term in this, but I'm sure if George is aware of this term, absolute cluster foobar of a situation of a country, very complex. And I just want to kind of, rather than go into it, because I really don't know too much about what goes on in Libya, but just to point out, this is another area where Turkish influence is active, but also Russian influence as well, and both those influences kind of come into collision into each other, which is going to kind of hopefully paint a bit of a picture and a narrative for you guys through the rest of the stream. So I don't know if you have any particular insight on Libya or hot takes on it, George?
No, not really. I never worked there. I work, I've only worked in the Middle East. I've never worked in North Africa. But yes, it's devolved into nothing but old tribal rivalries. is basically how that's played out. Because it's a Sunni country, so that's so the Sunni Shia thing is not a factor. It breaks down into just tribal rivalries there, and then it has tons.
I mean, as far as I know, there is this shows my extent of knowledge of the place, but I am aware that there is like a group called the Al-Sunusi, I believe it's Sunusi movement, which fought against the British in the First World War, which is affiliated with a tribe, I believe, out of Cyrenaica, which is around the eastern Libya. And from my understanding, it's kind of broken down amongst these sort of Arab tribes. So in the south, you have the Tuaregs, who are not Arabs, but the Tuaregs are fighting pretty much across all of the Sahel for some kind of independence and autonomy. So the south of the country seems to be controlled by these Tuareg groups. The east of the country, like I say, I believe it's like these Al-Sunusi. It's like a certain branch of Sunni Islam. And then there's a different Arab tribe that I believe that's the one that based around Sirte. I think that's where Gaddafi was from and where he got his power base. But like I say, very complex situation. The main focus to take away from here, chat, is Russian and Turkish rivalry in a very complex environment in Libya specifically. So with that, where would you like to go next, George? Since you're kind of the expert on it, should we just jump straight into the Caucasus?
Oh yeah, we could do that.
See, does this map have a Caucasus specific? Help us lean into it, because there we go. I've got a bit of insight into what happens here, and oh look, very conveniently for you, George, they've actually overlaid some pipeline networks on this map as well. So, do you want to go first, or should I open up onto the Caucasus?
Yeah, whatever map you want to talk about.
Okay, so
throw it up on this.
So, for people who again have to kind of go into a quick bit of the history. During the rise of the Russian Empire, obviously the Russian Empire very rapidly expanded into what is now the Caucasus, into what used to be Circassia, into the old Georgian kingdom and the various mountainous emirates, and what was then, I think they would have been the Salafid Empire in Persia as well. And this kind of now feeds into our overrunning narrative arc, is this centuries-long history between Russia and Turkey, because as Russia in power grew through the 16 and 1700s and the 1800s, is they secured these branches along the Black Sea, and part of that was to push down into Romania, well, what would become Romania and Bulgaria, and then also into the Caucasus. So you had this two kind of pincer movement strategically upon the then ailing Ottoman Turkish Empire. A number of reasons for this. Obviously, empires always expand whenever they can, but also the Russians historically, being Orthodox Christians, always had this mindset of Orthodox pan-Slavic solidarity. So this felt into the idea of liberating the Bulgarians, the Serbs, and all the Slavic peoples of the Balkans from Ottoman Turkish domination, but also ultimately the liberation of the Greeks and Constantinople from control of a Muslim Turkish power. And in the Caucasus, this kind of led into the idea of liberating the Georgians. If the Georgians felt that way in reciprocation is another story, but that's kind of how you've seen Russian imperialism expand for this area. So this is how Russian domination came to what would then become Azerbaijan and Armenia, and Chechnya and Dagestan. These used to be controlled by the Safavids, I believe would have been the dynasty, Persian Empire. And through the late 1700s and especially through the 1800s, as the Russian Empire grew in strength, is they steadily fought various wars with the Turks and the Persians to secure domination over the Caucasus and over the peoples in this area. So that is how originally Russian rule came to this area. Then obviously, well, I think we'll save the Crimean War kind of for whenever we focus on Ukraine specifically, but you then had the revolution, the Soviet Union is established, And as part of policy of the Soviet Union, you had the lingering nationality question. And one of his last attested roles of Joseph Dugashvili, more widely known to history as Joseph Stalin, was he was the Commissar for Nationality. And his legacy lives with millions of people to this day, and probably most presently in the Caucasus as in Ukraine. So for people who are wondering what that means, whenever the USSR was established, as the USSR was kind of a rejection of Russian imperialism, quote unquote, the great Russian chauvinism, it was the idea that all the peoples of this new Soviet socialist state should have national autonomy to exercise their identity and their culture. And that culture and identity should be expressed within a geographically defined national homeland. Well, the problem is that under the Russian Empire, it was mostly broken up into these very large, wide-ranging governorates that didn't really pay much attention to the various religious and ethnic groups that inhabited the various governorates. Various ones were broken up in half by a border between these governorates, and even then, the governorates of the Russian Empire weren't really that autonomous in of themselves. They all kind of did the same thing as directed from the imperial center in St. Petersburg. Under the USSR, the idea was to kind of change that, or in theory, it was to change that. For people who are interested in Sovietology and so the kind of history of the Soviet Union, I'm sure you'll probably have come across the ever-present nationality question, how to rectify the various non-Slavic, non-Russian nationalities to Soviet and what is perceived behind Soviet power to Russian power. Well, Stalin in the 1920s was the commissioner of nationalities, and part of his remit was to draw out the borders for these various ethnic homelands. So this is where, whenever people say like Ukraine is an invention of Lenin, not quite. Ukraine is kind of, well, not Ukraine as a nationality and identity, but the borders of modern Ukraine, like the eastern borders, were drawn by Stalin. In Central Asia, the border of all the Central Asian republics were drawn largely by Stalin. And there is ethnic conflict, particularly between Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan over here, for example, you have this random enclave of Uzbekistan in Tajikistan, which obviously is a logistical nightmare for both countries involved. And there's another one here. Just these random sort of bizarre, weird borders that were born under the USSR. But of course, it didn't really matter much during the Soviet period, because ultimately, there was sort of a level of autonomy under the various Union republics, but ultimately they were all controlled by the Communist Party, and the Communist parties all ultimately answered to Moscow. But where we get into problems is in the 1980s, and Perestroika is the borders that Stalin drew in regards to the Caucasus, specifically the long-going issue between Armenia and Azerbaijan. So, long story short, the Armenian people are kind of like the indigenous people to the Caucasus. They've been there for millennia. They're the first country to embrace Christianity, the first Christian nation. But they have had kind of probably one of the worst lucks in history. So much of what is now Eastern Turkey used to be ethnically Armenian. And I'm sure a lot of people are aware that the Turks kind of committed a genocide, which the Turks largely deny to this day, against the Armenian peoples in the First World War. And that kind of destroyed the culture and the identity and the ethnic populations of the Armenian people that used to inhabit I believe it's places like Kars around Lake Varospukhan, I think this is, if it shows the name. I think that must be the Turkish name, but I believe like the Armenian name is Varospukhan. There's a sacred mountain in Armenian cultural identity and national identity. It's reported to be the mountain that Noah's Ark actually landed on after the Great Flood. I believe it is Mount Ararat, if I'm not mistaken. I'll just quickly check that.
Yes.
Yeah,
no, you got it.
Yeah, Mount Ararat. That is kind of like it's a big historical, cultural influence on the Armenian people through the millennia, but that now lies outside the borders of Armenia, now in Turkey. I I don't think it would show up on this map because this is more a political map than a geographic one. But the Armenians, I believe, even as far as Yerevan, which is the capital of modern day Armenia, once they look to the west, is they can see this mountain. And again, like being the first Christian people, and this mountain is where Noah's Ark is reputed to have come down on. The fact that they can see this mountain, this ancestral mountain of theirs that's been there for millennia in their cultural identity, and they can see it, physically see it from most of their country, but they know it is on the Turkish side of the border because the Turks ethnically cleansed them out of that region and have claimed it is kind of an ongoing historical and cultural sort for the Armenians. There is also an Armenian kingdom through the Middle Ages down here around Adana called Armenian Cilicia, which has long since been destroyed. This isn't we'll come into what happened to the Greeks as well, so I'm not just focusing on what happened to the Armenians. Don't worry, we'll come to the Greeks in a bit. It's just kind of to emphasize the history around this place. Then, as I was mentioning earlier about the Turkish migrations, you then had the Azeris came up and settle as nomads up into what is now Azerbaijan. I don't believe the Armenian people ever stretched as far as the Caspian Sea, but a lot of this territory was at one point ethnically Armenian. And then through the hundreds of years under Safavid rule, is they were steadily pushed back up into the mountains. So kind of the history I'm trying to paint here is that the Armenian people historically for centuries have kind of been predated on by these aggressive Muslim powers that have come from the south and pushed them further and further up into the Caucasian highlands. Then just jumping forward back to the point about Stalin, along comes Stalin, and he decides to draw very problematic borders that didn't really matter much through most of the Soviet period, but you've got this area which has been in the news quite a lot recently over the past couple years. This is Artsakh, which is the Armenian term for it. There is a sort of quasi-independent, ethnically Armenian state here, but it is widely known by its Soviet name as Nagorno-Karabakh. And then you've also got this bizarre Azeri enclave here. So this territory here is Armenia, and this was also Soviet Armenia. And then you also have this enclave of Azerbaijan here, which was also an enclave of the Soviet Socialist Azeri Republic. This area of Nagorno-Karabakh, despite being majority Armenian, was signed over by Stalin to the Azeri Soviet Socialist Republic. The Azeri people are predominantly Shia Muslim Turkics. The Armenian are, well, they're Armenian, not Coptic, Armenian Apostolic Christians. So the Armenians have their own very specific branch of Christianity. They're not Orthodox, they're not Eastern Orthodox, they're not Coptic, they are Armenian Apostolic. Like, they're a completely different branch of Christianity, completely from most Christianities in the world. So they have their very own specific national identity. And through the centuries of predation through these Muslim powers, that's obviously built up quite a lot of national resentment and identity amongst the Armenian people. But under the Soviet Union, there was a suppression of these historical national identities. And obviously, whenever all these autonomous units answer to the same party line from Moscow, it doesn't quite matter as much who is really in charge of each administration. So that was the borders drawn by Stalin. You then come to the late 1980s, and you have things like perestroika and glasnost, the opening up of Soviet society under Gorbachev. You have a reawakening of national identity, is the sort of, depending on how you view it, you could view it as sort of like a boot upon the neck of these various national peoples, this sort of drive to, oh, he's finally arrived. Okay, let me just, Felix has popped up in chat, so I will quickly... Felix, what I'm going to do, the way we're swinging this is I've got George in a Telegram live stream. I'll send you an invite to join it. And if you want to join that way... let's try that. Hopefully that's worked. So you should have just gotten an invite on Telegram, so if you want to join that way, but as we wait and hope for Felix to jump onto the stream, I will just continue with this little spiel. So, in this opening up of the late Soviet period, you had the national identity started to re-emerge, particularly in the Baltics, in Central Asia, but in the Caucasus, it kind of took a more militant and aggressive term. Is you had whenever Azeris started to reassert themselves as Azeris, and Armenians started to reassert themselves as Armenians, as opposed to like Soviets, as opposed to like citizens of the Soviet Union, is you had a very sharp delimitation between both peoples, which led to various ethnic riots, particularly in Baku, I believe in 1987. You had effectively the ethnic cleansing began again. The Azeris ethnically cleansed a lot of the Armenians out of what was then the Azeri SSR. The Armenians did it to the Azeris that were inhabiting the Armenian SSR at the time. And then you had a particular focus around Nagorno-Karabakh because it was a majority Armenian. So as the Soviet Union began to break down, is the authority of the center began to collapse. You had this reassertion of the growing power of the Azeri and the Armenian republics, their own autonomous governments, that kind of started fighting this cultural war with each other. They started to assert control over the various Soviet military units in their area. And long story short, this is kind of where the first Nagorno-Karabakh war came in. Azerbaijan and Armenia fought a very brutal war over Nagorno-Karabakh in 1990 to 1992, I believe it was, which the Armenians decisively won. Pretty handedly, it was a strong Armenian victory. And this kind of set the story for what we've got today. The Armenians, because no government would recognize outright Armenian annexation of Nagorno-Karabakh, as they set up the state, the Republic of Artsakh, which has been in existence ever since. And then the conflict kind of froze. This is one of these kind of post-Soviet frozen conflicts. You had Russian peacekeepers came in to a degree and kept both sides apart, and the conflict froze for about 20 years. And then you come up until 2020, I believe, was the Second Karabakh War. You just have a look. Yeah, 2020. So through the 1990s and through the 2010s, Armenia enters a demographic crisis. There's not a lot of good minerals rights in Armenia. There's a lot of political instability in Armenia. You've got various coups d'etats and revolutions that go on. You have a poor economy because there isn't a lot of minerals. There's no oil. Whereas Azerbaijan comes under the sway of the Soviet, I believe, the Soviet General Secretary for the Azeri SSR becomes the president of the independent Azerbaijan, which is the father of the current president, Aliyev. He establishes a strongman state, establishes a degree of stability, and as the 1990s and the 2000s come around, he very much leans on the very large oil revenues that come from the Caspian, from the oil fields that Azerbaijan controls in the Caspian. That continues as his son takes over, which is the current president, Aliyev, and they use this growing economic might to build up their military strength, to cultivate relationships abroad. Bearing in mind, Azerbaijan is situated just north of Iran, which presents it in an interesting geopolitical position because Azerbaijan has a very close relationship with Israel. It is an arms importer from Israel. Despite the fact it is a Shia state, you would think that a Muslim Shia state would be closely allied with Iran, a Shia Iran, but there is some ethnic conflict in this. Oh, hello? Someone trying to speak? Nope. Okay. So.
No, I'm doing good. I'm just looking some stuff up.
Okay, yep, no problem. Let me just see. Has Felix joined us yet? Yes, he is there. So, Felix, you are unmuted, so if you want to speak, just to see if we can hear you. He is in chat. So, hopefully we hear from Felix. He is unmuted, so maybe he just needs to sort out his mic. So just to wrap up this spiel, because I know it is a bit of a tangent, but there's a lot of history behind this we need to get through. There is a part of northwestern Iran called, I believe it's like Western Azerbaijan, which is inhabited by ethnic Azeris. Obviously, Azerbaijan ideally would like to reclaim these territories to build itself up. This is what leads to a bit of conflict in dispute between Tehran and Baku, which is where Israel comes into it. Obviously, Israel has played off in this conflict to cultivate relations within Azerbaijan to keep Iran occupied to the north. So a bit of a cluster foobar again of a region. But as I said, the Azeris spent 20 years siphoning off oil profits to build up their military, to modernize, but to cultivate these foreign relationships with Israel, particularly with Turkey, again, because the Azeris are a Turkic people. They have a lot of cultural affinity with the Turks. Also, the United States. Azerbaijan became a very large non-NATO strategic partner of the United States in the war of terror. So Azerbaijan's out here cultivating these foreign relationships to build up its military power and prowess. Particularly the biggest one is Turkey at the moment, because Turks obviously have a historical animosity towards Armenia. If the Azeris have that as well, is you have Armenia caught in between. This culminated in the Second Karabakh War in 2020, into which the Azeris pretty handedly crushed the Armenian military defense of Artsakh. They didn't completely take over the entirety of the territory, but they have all this blue territory is what they have taken, and the red is what is de facto controlled along the line of control that the Russian government was able to sign of Artsakh. So internationally, this Nagorno-Karabakh region is considered to be part of Azerbaijan, but the people living there are ethnically Armenian, and this is anathema form. And Armenia, because it is effectively a crippled power at this stage between two very hostile powers, is kind of impotent between this. It is largely it depends mostly upon the grace of Moscow, of Russia, to secure its interests in Artsakh, because at the end of the 2020 Karabakh War, is you had Russian peacekeepers come in to kind of keep both sides apart. But also in a wider aspect of that, this feeds into the larger Turkish-Russian competition in the region, because Russian influence is kind of on the decline here. The war with Georgia in 2008, the kind of relative decline of the Russian economy and Russian political influence in the region, that is kind of being filled to a degree by growing Turkish economic and political influence, particularly in Azerbaijan, to a degree in Georgia. So Russia's post of influence still in the Caucasus is largely dependent on Armenia, and that is bolstered by having Russian troops physically secure the peace agreement around Nagorno-Karabakh. So forgive me, that was a bit of a long, winding tangent. I will pass it over to you, George, unless we have Felix now back able to speak. Have we got you, Felix?
I believe so. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we are here. We are so back.
Yeah. So sorry about this. I thought I was just going to take a quick nap before the stream started, and then just passed out. So I apologize. It's 3:59 a.m. where I am. So I apologize for that. I'm here, and I'm ready to go. Sorry about that, but I am.
Yeah, it's
and
not
George, hello to you too as well.
What's up? Yeah, I just came out to listen to the back porch, just to listen to the Michael stream and do a little workout. And he was asking for some help, so I jumped on.
It's great to see both of you guys. Sorry about my absence. And, and if I do sound a little bit incoherent, it's just because I've just woken up. So I apologize for both of those things.
No, it's not.
When we were bad-mouthing you, just edit it out.
Oh, okay.
No, we weren't. I had a feeling, and I even said it on stream, I knew it was quite late in Tokyo at the moment, so I felt you might have drifted off to sleep on us. But you're here now, and that's all that counts.
Yeah. I actually, all I was going to do was take a quick nap to get ready for the stream, and then it just, I thought, well, just take up an hour and a half, and then it just turned into a 3-hour episode. So apologize for that.
Yeah, it's not a problem. We're only 2 hours in, so I think we can wrangle a good hour or so. And particularly your views on Turkey, because you've lived there. But I think we'll come on to that sort of after the Caucasus section, since we kind of started on that, if that's okay. Or do you want to?
Yeah, of course, absolutely, 100%.
So I don't know if you heard too much about that there, Felix or George. If you kind of have stuff, well, I know George, you'll have stuff to chime in with all these pipelines going between these countries. But any comments on Turkish and Russian influence in the Caucasus and how it might change now that Erdogan is back in power?
Yeah,
I'll let George take that.
Let me just jump in for a minute to just comment on what you just said, and then hand it over to Felix. The current arguments, because I always talk about pipelines and logistical routes, is the linking corridor connecting Nagorno-Karabakh to Artsakh, which is what the Azeris have been blocking for the past several months, because they want the Zengezur corridor all the way down south to link to Nakhchivan, so they can get all their goods and supplies and minerals back and forth between their from their mainland and to the exclave in Nakhchivan. But then that also connects them to Turkey. And the whole idea is they could get a railway and a pipeline through there. Well, then they would depend a lot less on the Baku, Tbilisi to Kars to Seyhan pipeline. They would like to bypass that. The Armenians are really super reluctant to give up their territory at all. And then also what the Armenians really would like to do is instead of having that east-west pipeline go through, they really want a north-south pipeline to go from Iran through Armenia, where they could get transit fees, and then on through Georgia into the Mediterranean to sell to the European market, which would, of course, be bypassing U.S. sanctions on Iran. So there's for the external countries that are involved here, it's over getting oil from one place to another, to one market to another, and or blocking somebody else's, sabotaging somebody else's plan. So there's a lot of the great powers are really influencing the ethnic rivalries in this area. Yeah, let me kick it over.
Yep. Do you have any comment, Felix, or?
Yeah, vis-a-vis Azerbaijan and Armenia, I don't really have a lot to say, as I think George and you've pretty much handled it in a way and a form and a shape that I probably couldn't. So I'll let it sit there for a while and ferment, and allow you guys to just continue, and then I'll chime in when I feel as though I have something pertinent to contribute.
Yeah, no problem. So, yeah, and like I say, there's a very close relationship between Ankara and Baku, to such an extent after the Azeri victory in the 2020 war over Artsakh. Erdogan actually came to the victory parade in Baku. There was Turkish flags flown about, and many commentators were sort of speculating, was this actually a Turkish victory parade or an Azeri one? Because one of the big things that really gave the Azeris the edge during the Karabakh War was the infamous Bayraktar drone, which I'm sure many people will have heard about. It has made itself known in Ukraine to a large degree. The Ukrainian drones, not Ukrainian drones, Turkish combat drones coupled with Israeli surveillance drones really gave the Azeris the edge to cripple the Armenians during the conflict. Particularly around the battle of what was the remains of the old city of Susha, which I think that might be it, but under its Azeri name. There was an old regional capital in the area that was completely destroyed and depopulated by the First Karabakh War, and it's remained depopulated ever since, but there was significant fighting and a heavy battle which kind of broke the back of the Armenian military around the ruins of the city, and it was largely down to the Azeri drone warfare. Again, particularly the Turkish combat drones, the Bayraktars, coupled with Israeli surveillance drones that really gave them the edge in that conflict. And then the other thing that kind of has to be said, because I do kind of sympathize quite a lot with the Armenians. I think they are a very unfortunate people throughout history. And the Azeris themselves are, make it known. Again, because the Armenians historically have inhabited much of this region, and now much of this region is now out of their control and outside of their territorial homeland, particularly this enclave down here in Nakhchivan. The Armenians have a very particular type of headstone, it's like a stele, if people know what a stele is. In fact, I'll see if I can quickly bring up a picture of it. Armenian graveyards are quite beautiful, and they have a very particular style of headstone.
I think in American pronunciation, it would be a stelae, just for American audience, stelae, for American audiences. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. Well, those alongside historical temples, churches, and monasteries, the Azeris have made a particular aspect of destroying these whenever they take over territory. So just to give you like these here, all hand carved, these medieval ancient headstones and stelae, which are very particular to the Armenian people. So here you can see this is sort of like a more modern Soviet style one beside a more historical Armenian one. And then that's kind of what you're looking at. And then if I could just find some pictures of it. There is a very unfortunate habit of the Azeris to smash these things up whenever they take control of ancient Armenian land, and the UN itself considers this an act of cultural genocide, and so do many Western powers. But, you know, we all know what Western states are like whenever it comes to helping an oppressed Christian people, is they just kind of let it slide and still support the people doing it. So this, alongside some very ancient historical Armenian churches and monasteries as well, that fall out of control of Armenia, often find themselves completely destroyed and smashed up by Azeri troops whenever it happens, which just another sad story, unfortunately, in the history of the Armenian people. So just to kind of sign off the Caucasus segment on a bit of a depressing tangent, but unfortunately that's the world we live in. So that's kind of the situation there. So just a quick short run up of it. The Caucasus is kind of a place where Russian and Turkish influence are in competition with each other, kind of like Libya and to a degree like Syria. But yet, despite this sort of geopolitical competition for influence, you also have this ongoing détente and warming of relations between Moscow and Ankara, which is an interesting dynamic of this ongoing centuries-long competition and rivalry between Russia and Turkey. But with that, with the sort of heavy-handed geopolitics bit aside, since we didn't quite get it covered earlier on, Felix, shall we bring you in to sort of talk about your experiences in Turkey and Turkish culture and identity, and give you a bit of a ring?
Talking about talking about Armenia and Azerbaijan. I mean, it's kind of the story of wherever Christianity and Islam meet, unfortunately. And it generally never ends up well. Let's just put it that way. And, you know, it's kind of interesting because if you take a look at somewhere like Turkey, people don't really realize that Turkey, up until 1453, I mean, a lot of people, I guess in the Western world, and it was promulgated, especially by the Catholic Church, they have this sort of understanding of what was, you know, the Roman Empire as being this pagan empire that was supposed, subsumed and basically out of the ashes of the fall of the Roman Empire rose the Roman Catholic Church. But a lot of people don't really understand is that the Roman Empire, all it did was the Western Roman Empire just became poor, and it was easily conquerable. The capital of the Roman Empire moved over to what is today Istanbul or Constantinople, and the Roman Empire didn't fall until 1453. So you're talking less than 40 years before Columbus set sail for the New World. So Turkey holds a very, very, especially in Western civilization, it's almost as though it's an afterthought. But historically, Turkey holds a very, very, very
sorry
central
to interrupt.
role.
George, are you able
Sorry,
to mute your microphone, please? Sorry, we're just hearing some stuff on your end.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead, Felix. Sorry for interrupting.
No worries. I'm just waiting for George to do his thing. Okay, he's muted. All I was going to say is that Turkey, people have this idea of Turkey being the other. And part of the reason is because it is an Islamic state. But you have to understand is that up until 39 years before Columbus discovered America, it was basically the central axis of what was left of the Roman Empire. And it was in 1453, Mehmet the Second, the Conqueror, just moved in, took over territory. So the Roman Empire honestly did not fall until literally the beginning of the modern age, and we don't really have that sort of aspect in our cultural understanding of our history that Turkey is actually part and had been part of our cultural inheritance for almost the entirety of antiquity, all the way up to the pre-modern and modern era. And so you're talking about then is the Azerbaijan and Armenian conflict right now, and I'm kind of using that as a jumping off point insofar as how people understand when Islam meets the other, and the other is almost invariably Christian. And you said yourself is that when Western powers see Christian societies being basically run over, they just turn a blind eye and either do nothing, or in general they will help the Islamic power that is decimating the Christian peoples within the region. I mean, this happened in Serbia with Kosovo. It's happened in like, for example, if you were talking about Syria was one of the only countries under Assad was one of the only countries in the Middle East that actually gave Christian people any kind of autonomy and gave them any kind of fair shake within the Islamic world. And you did not find that in any of the so-called allied states within the Middle East. I mean, Christianity has been virtually wiped out in the entirety of the Middle East. I mean, whereas it was the incubator and the home of it. And going back to Turkey, when I was talking about the cultural inheritance of the country, you have to understand is all one has to do is open up a Bible and take a look at the books in the Bible, whether it's the letters to the Ephesians, the seven churches of the Apocalypse. You take a look at where the supposed resting place of Mary, mother of Jesus. If you take a look at the home and the beginnings of Saint Nicholas, if you take a look at almost all of the Christian inheritance outside of the Holy Land, vis-a-vis Israel, and I'm using that word loosely, but it's almost invariably coming from what is presently Turkey. And it's not because it comes from Turks. It's because the Turks basically had taken over that Anatolia. It was inherently a Greek Christian region of the planet. And, this is where people will talk about Istanbul was once Constantinople. And I think, the problem is we've kind of just forgotten the cultural importance of this part of the world, especially vis-a-vis how it pertains to our own history as a people, as Westerners. And it's almost completely integral within our own historical reference. And it goes all the way back to biblical times. And I'm kind of just digressing somewhat, but yeah, I should say that I do have a particular I guess an affinity is not the right word, but I do have a particular interest in the country because it's one of the first countries I lived in when I was a younger man, and I thought the place exotic. But at the time, I had my mother come and stay with me when I was in Istanbul, and she was taken by the place. I mean, the one thing she was sexually harassed the entire time she was there, even though she was an older lady. It's as these things happen. But the history of Turkey is basically the history of ourselves, and we just don't even realize it, because we've just kind of, as a people, we've kind of just accepted the fact that, oh well, it's Islamic now, and it's always been that way, but it's not actually the case.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, earlier in the stream, I sort of touched on the history that the Seljuk Turks came down from the steppes of Central Asia, took over what is now Iran, then Persia, and then migrated north into the Anatolia, into Anatolia, and then you had the Battle of Manzikert, which broke the back of Eastern Roman / Byzantine power, which opened the door of Anatolia to the settlement of Turkic peoples there, and over the centuries, how that slowly pushed out the Greek, the Hellenic peoples in culture. I was kind of saving that for a bit whenever we actually come to talk about Greece, which I guess this is kind of a good runoff to do. But one thing I'm quite interested to get your take on, because I spoke about earlier, is that Turkish identity as well. Yes, it is a Muslim state. It is an Islamic state. It was the base, the home of the caliphate for many centuries. But there was a break between the Ottoman Empire, and modern Turkey in the form of the father of the Turks, Kemal Ataturk, which brought about
Kemal Ataturk,
yeah, which brought about a very aggressively secular but very much a Turkish, I don't know if it would be an ethnic or a cultural nationalist vision for the state. And the analogy I made was that, particularly in Europe, is, and I know you have some experience of this, Felix, at least an element of it is, whenever you have diasporas from the Muslim world, as they, especially against this sort of like the host nation or an out-facing nation, is they often are Muslim first. Their identity is more pan-Islamic to an outsider, but whenever obviously you get inside that Muslim community, that's whenever they'll start to identify amongst tribe, clan, nationality, ethnicity. But the Turks seemingly don't do that. Is like whenever Turks went to Germany, is they didn't become Muslims. You didn't say, oh look, that's the Muslim area. It was often, that's the Turkish area, because the Turks seen themselves as Turks first as opposed to Muslim first. There was this very strong difference between a Turk as opposed to a Muslim, as opposed to like Turks are Muslims, but they very much seen themselves as Turks first and foremost. And I think like my assumption, which I said in the stream, unless you have a different idea of this, was it was very much that sort of Ataturk, that Kemalist, very much sort of inheritance and cultural legacy that was there through most of the last century, although that's starting to change more and more as we go deeper into the era of Erdogan and his embracement of sort of like socially conservative political Islam. Or, I mean, I'm curious of your take on that, is from your lived experience of the place.
Okay, well, yeah, there's a couple of things there to unpack. First and foremost, if you take a look at Turkey, it's a collection of people that are Turks, but they do consider themselves, as you said, differently. So insofar as tribalism within the country, but as in a diaspora, it's a very different animal to deal with. So if you're looking within the country, you have the secular Turks, and they will inhabit what we'd consider Western Anatolia. And that would be everything from, if you cut the country in half, from Ankara to the left, and especially around what would be the more populated cities, you know, if you go from Izmir down to Antalya, you know, and all points in between, is what you'll find is the people there are, generally speaking, insofar as, and I'm using broad strokes to brush here, but this is where you'd find what you would consider to be the more secularist Turks. And the one thing is if you go to these sort of parts of Turkey, you'll find that, you know, the women, they don't wear hijabs. People generally don't go to mosque, and you can buy FS beer at any corner shop. So there's no real hard Islamic line. What you find though is those are, generally speaking, the more affluent Turks, and they're also the Turks that don't generally migrate away from the country because they already have a fairly decent life. And I should say, a lot of people who haven't been there, Turkey is, insofar as its country, is probably one of the most, I don't want to use the word diverse, But insofar as topography, it's one of the most amazingly beautiful countries you can imagine. They have everything from Mediterranean beaches to deserts to alpine regions. It's an incredibly topographically an amazingly beautiful country, and again with history that goes all the way back. I mean, if you take a look at I don't want to go too much into it, but I mean, for example, like where we get the words for things like parchment comes from the city of Pergamum. And Pergamum, was one of the last independent kingdoms during the Roman Empire, and was gifted in the will of the last king of Pergamum to the Roman Empire, and then was gifted to Cleopatra by Mark Antony, right? So it's a place that has so much historical resonance within our own society. But then talking about like modern Turkey and then getting onto Kemalism, is that Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, and I should say that Ataturk just means father of the Turks, and it was a name that was given to him after the fact, post facto, when he became the leader of the country. He was actually born in what is today modern Greece, in Thessaloniki. And you have to understand is that the Ottoman Empire at that time was like the Austro-Hungarian Empire, like the Russian Empire. It was put into the ashtray of history after the First World War. But up until that point, as you were saying, and very correctly, it was the center of the caliphate, and it had been the center of the caliphate for several hundred years, and running out of Constantinople, I should say. And I mean, you have to understand is that the Ottoman Empire was massive at the time. It was, the inheritor of the Byzantine lands and whatnot. But I think at the outset of the First World War, a lot of these empires were put onto the trash heap of history. And a lot of people might not know, but might know through cultural, pop culture. There's a movie made by Mel Gibson back in, I think it was the 1970s, called Gallipoli. And it was about the Battle of Gallipoli. And I should say that Winston Churchill was the guy on the other side of that, where mostly, I guess, Gallipoli is in modern Australian and Anzac or New Zealand. So Anzac society is seen as the birth of their countries outside of the apron of the British Empire. And the entire Gallipoli campaign is sort of seen as during the First World War by Anzac troops, is seen as kind of their first sort of test as a people, and the birth of themselves as an independent part of their countries, rather than being part of the British Empire. And you could go to that place, Gallipoli, and it was actually Kemal Ataturk that was the commander of the Ottoman forces on the other side of that basically handed the Australians and the British Empire their hats, as it were. But Kemalism was begun in a lot of ways in response to what happens to almost every large empire or every large society that has power for a very long time. It starts to become decrepit, and it starts to basically fall apart. And Kemalism and Ataturk understood this, and it was after the first World War. And then what you had is the Greeks that were basically trying to retake all of Western Anatolia, and in Turkey it's called the War of Independence, as they saw the Greeks trying to retake their homeland, and there was a massive population exchange and whatnot. But Kemal Ataturk understood that what was at the time the Ottoman Empire was in terminal decline, and it wasn't going to be able to compete with Western secularism. And what he did is he formed a country based in his mind along lines that weren't as rigidly. I'm looking for the words, because I should say it's
like, the way I sort of described it earlier in the stream is that Ataturk tried to make the Turkish Republic, Turkey, into a European nation, and I sort of use like the dropping of the Arabic script, the secularization, the modernization. He tried to move Turkey.
The fez, the hijab, everything. He tried to make Turkey a Western European nation. Exactly.
Yeah, so
Sorry,
like I
go
said, yeah, so and then it's just interesting to see, like, I haven't quite gotten onto it because I was kind of saving it for a bit later in the stream, but that sort of Kemalist state that he built, which survived pretty much right up until the 90s, if not up until
Well, it
2016, until the
survived all the
coup.
way up to Erdogan. Yeah, exactly. Up until the coup, where, and that actually should be understood by your listeners, is that Kemalism and the secular nature of the country was something that was safeguarded by the military. So it was
Yeah,
the
the
military
Guardian
that
coup.
safeguarded. Yeah, exactly. Where there's a lot of people that believe that wasn't actually really. I don't want to get into conspiratorial. Because I mean, I've had people come at me saying that, well, how can you possibly imagine that a coup was meant to strengthen the sitting president, which it did, and but it was the military all the way from the early 20th century up until by 2016, 2017?
Yeah, the coup was, in fact, I should probably have looked that up, to be honest, because I've been saying it
Yeah,
was 2016.
I remember I made a whole series of videos on this, so it was a few years back. But one thing we should talk about with Erdogan, what you should understand about him that separates him from every Turkish leader prior to that is anytime the country sort of veered in any way away from secularism, that president or that leader would just be disposed of by the military. There would be a military coup, and there would be fresh elections, and Islamism was significantly curtailed, and it was curtailed by the power of the military. And it's not until Erdogan became the leader of the country that even things like wearing a hijab, which is the Muslim female headscarf, which is, it's kind of hard to explain, because if you want to take a look at two different countries, you take a look at Iran and you look at Turkey. Iran historically as a people aren't that highly religious as a people. They I mean, they have obviously their religion, but they're run by a theocratic government that doesn't generally represent them as a people. Whereas the eastern part of Turkey, at least, where almost the entirety of the diaspora comes from, when you're looking at places like Europe, is fairly religious, but it was run by a secularist state. And up until Erdogan became the leader of the country, what you would find is that, things like, for example, you couldn't wear a hijab you could wear it in public places, but you couldn't wear it at things like, if you had a job, you couldn't wear it in a bank, you couldn't wear it at university, you couldn't wear it as part of a government, any way, shape, or form in public places. And that goes for the fez as well, because it's the fez and the hijab as secularism was part of the Kemal Ataturk's reform, I guess his reform measures for the country. Visible signs of Islamism were banned. And as you said, it was the use of Arabic script, for example, was replaced with Latin script. And so you'll find when you go there, good or not, you can read everything you want because you can read Turkish. But so his cultural legacy is massive insofar as the way you would look at a country like Turkey, but it has been significantly eroded, and especially since the coup d'etat, or the attempted coup d'etat, which was par for the course, I should say, in Turkey. Whenever there was any kind of political movement within the country, from the end of the First World War all the way up until the present, if there was ever a hint of Islamism, that particular government or that particular politician or that particular movement was always basically toppled by the military. And the military being the stalwart, the ones that held secularism and also held Islamism in check within that country. So what you're seeing right now within this particular election that's just been happening is you see two different sort of faces of the country. You see one insofar as people trying to look westward and trying to look to the West, and the other is what I would call the residents of a civilization state. Now, civilization states are societies that don't just see themselves as nation states. So you've got a place like, for example, the UK, where you're from, and I can be from the Congo. And if I shoot out a kid in the UK, that kid is as British as somebody who's lived there for 1,000 years. Whereas civilization states, and there's not a lot of them, but there are a few. There's Japan is considered one, China, India to a certain extent, Russia, and Turkey. These are societies that believe themselves to be the inheritors of civilizations, not just nation states, but they're the inheritors of particular civilizations. And Turkey is one of probably the strongest candidate for the civilization state versus the nation state. And it has to do a lot with its inheritance of the Ottoman Empire and that particular resonance within the culture of the society. And this is kind of what Erdogan represents, the leader of the country. He represents the people seeing themselves as a people and a civilization, rather than just a collection of values, insofar as like a Western society would say. You know, like, for example, like in the UK or Canada or the US, I mean, we're not peoples, we're just values. And Turks are not like that. And that, almost insofar as the way a lot of Turks went to the polls in this particular election, they saw it as a choice, and a choice between, I don't want to say looking forward and looking back, because that's a contrived Western interpretation of how
just two different interpretations of what it means to be Turkish, I guess, or just two different visions for Turkey.
Yeah. And Erdogan represents Turkey as a civilization state, and part of that civilization is Islam. Whereas I should say that, like, I've made several videos on this, and what you do have to understand about Turkey is it's not just, as you said, it's not just a Muslim state. The Turks see themselves as a civilization. Whereas if you take a look at, like, say, Syrians or the Egyptians, I mean, Egyptians are the inheritors of some amazing cultural heritage, but the problem is I mean, it's just too far back. But as the Middle East goes, the Turks aren't Arabs, and they're very, very quick to tell you that. They're kind of like Iranians in that sense, right? They might be Muslims, but they're not Arabs, right? And they see themselves as the inheritors of a fully formed civilization, and not just a nation state. And that's why Turkey is kind of this. It's like a bridge between the East and the West, not only physically and geographically, but also culturally. And Kemalism is kind of something that has incubated that as well over the past 100 years. And as I said, like previously, I mean, Mustafa Kemal, he wasn't even born in what is today modern Turkey. He was born in what is today modern Greece. And just bringing it back is that the Turks are a people, but they have what they see as a very proud and very they see part of their society and their culture having been ripped away from them, I guess, as they were the as you said, it is Istanbul was the last center of what was the caliphate. There hasn't been a caliphate since the end of the First World War, and this has kind of thrown Islam into somewhat of turmoil. And this is where you get like groups and offshoots, everything from Afghanistan to Syria to Morocco, all claiming to be the inheritors of the caliphate, but there hasn't been a caliphate since the end of the First World War. And
yeah, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's a bit of a quirk of history, but whenever the quote abolishment of the caliphate happened, from my understanding, is it was more the abolition of the sultanate, the removal of the Ottoman monarchy, but the actual powers of the caliphate, this is from my understanding of it, is that those were actually, they didn't abolish that, is they held that like in reserve for the Turkish parliament, which is kind of weird. Is it, well, obviously they've never enacted it, and I can't really see, like, for example, Saudis or Pakistanis or Africans like adhering to the caliphal wishes of the Turkish National Assembly, but it's just kind of like a weird analogy how this non-Arab power became leader of the Muslim world, which then inculcated Arab nationalism, and then good
Yeah,
Lord, forgive me.
it is bizarre. It is bizarre. It's a non-Arab society, and they're very, very quick to remind you of that. But they basically took over from, the caliphate, people should understand, has moved throughout history. I mean, it was in Baghdad. I mean, like a lot of people, a lot of historians will tell you that one of the reasons, well, I mean, it shifted and moved, but one of the big reasons for Islam's, so okay, I'm assuming a lot of people on listening to this are video game players, and there's a video game series called Assassin's Creed, and the new one that's coming out is about I don't know, you're playing Kazim, or what? I just saw the ad for it the other day, and it's in 9th century Baghdad, and supposedly Baghdad at the time, Islam was an open, forward-thinking, very culturally rich society, and then it got smashed by the Mongols. And historians will tell you, and a lot of Islamic historians will tell you, is that one of the reasons for Islam's, and I'm not using these words in trying to disparage Islamic societies, because I think there's a lot of very interesting aspects to them, but the backwardness or the closed nature of Islamic societies was created when the Mongols came through and just smashed the Islamic world up. It just basically devastated the place.
Yeah, at this time, it should be noted that historically, like after the fall of the Library of Alexandria, is like the next big library, or House of Wisdom as it was known, was based in Baghdad. And whenever the Mongols sacked Baghdad, is the famous historical analogy is that the Euphrates ran black with the ink of the books that were thrown into the river by the Mongols whenever they sacked the city, and that cultural shock reverberated throughout the Arab world, and, well, I guess the Islamic world as well.
Supposed to all the way to the modern day. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. That was just a little anecdote I wanted to throw in there, but yeah, I mean, it's like the thing that's interesting for me is well, I guess the kind of build up the point I'm going to try and make is that so you had this international global great power in the Ottoman Empire that entered this period of great decline, which was then completely collapsed by the First World War. Then you had this establishment of a Kemalist state, but one of the big tenets of Kemalism was very much diplomatic isolationism. I don't know if that might be too strong of a word, but certainly Turkey turned in on itself. It's sort of seen Turkey is a world onto itself, is that there's enough problems inside Turkey domestically that we need to focus on. These wars, like the Second World War that's going on, that's nothing to do with us. We have enough problems at home. The Soviet Union, especially in the early days, they'll give us some support because we're both quote-unquote progressive powers, but we're not communist. We don't like what they're doing. We have some affinity with some of their stuff, but, that's a foreign power. They might border us, but, different countries, we're not communists, that kind of stuff. You had this very sort of up until the establishment of the Cold War, and then Turkey joined NATO, and even while it was part of NATO, as you've seen very little flexing of Turkey abroad, like diplomatically or militarily. The first kind of real break of that, I would say, would have been like the invasion of Cyprus in 1974, I think it was. You had the long-running military standoff with the Greece, but sort of between 1922 up until, I guess, well, even then, like the Cyprus dispute is more confined to Cyprus. It didn't really go anywhere outside of that, and there's the animosity with the Greeks. But I mean, Turkey has just kind of vacated itself to a large degree from the geopolitical stage. It was just kind of an appendage of NATO and the United States, but, it wasn't a big part of NATO. But certainly over the past 10 years, as you have seen this resurgent Turkey really start to make itself felt on the international stage. And as you say, Turkey might be a civilizational state, or that might be how they view it. But I mentioned pretty early into the stream is that it also views itself as like a father of the Turkic peoples. So like this is their affinity with the Azeri people. This is why you have this Turkic council, this multinational Turkic council that includes Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, It's why the Turks got involved in Syria to try and bolster the Turkmen there. Is that, yeah, it might be a civilizational state, but it also views itself as like the matriarch, probably in the same way that Russia kind of.
Oh, that's exactly what it is. It sees itself as a civilization state, as the Turkic people, right? So yeah, 100%. You're right.
Yeah, like even
you're just adding to that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like even after, while the Kemalist Turkish state kind of went into this isolationist period after its establishment, is even then, like you had Ali Pasha, who was the leader of the Young Turk Revolution after the collapse of the House of Osman and the Ottoman Empire. He actually went off to fight in the Bizmashi, I believe it's pronounced, rebellion in Central Asia against the then establishing Soviet Union, because he kind of wanted to establish like this new quasi-Ottoman Turkic empire in Central Asia, which obviously didn't work out. It was crushed by the Bolshevik and the Red Army during the 1920s, but just shows this sort of strange cultural affinity that happens amongst the Turks and the Turkic peoples. It kind of never really has come massively out in history beyond like the 1400s, but you know, it's these very interesting little historical tidbits that's happened here, and also feeds into the sort of overarching narrative which I'm kind of building for the stream, of this sort of centuries long historical rivalry, but suddenly in recent years détente with Russia.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe there's already been, I think it's 12 different wars that the Turks and the Russians have fought over the last couple hundred years. By the way, I don't mean to I think George was trying to chime in there for a sec. George, did you have something that you wanted to say? Because I did see him.
Yeah.
There it is. There. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna get a drink while George chimes in. I'm gonna get myself some water.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna interrupt from the major point, but yeah, just to throw it in aside, the we know when it comes to the end times prophecies, I keyed on that in the Shia versus Arab rivalry that I started off with. Well, with the Shia Arabs and the Sunni Arabs, the Mahdi can actually come from them, because the Mahdi has to be a direct descendant of Abraham as their Messiah. So it can only be an Arab or a Jew. It can't be a Persian. It can't be a Turk. It can't be anything else. So it's kind of funny that Tehran, the Persians, started their Shia revolution, but to actually be a caliph and meet all the criteria, they actually have to go in concert with the Shia Arabs, which are all up and down the Persian Gulf side of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, and Bahrain and Kuwait, especially southern Iraq. So they have to do it with, to fill all the prophecies in the Hadith. They have to do it in the league with the Arabs. The Turks are not Arabs. They can never fulfill all the criteria for having an end times Hadith end times prophecy. So I when I did my strategic plans, I excluded that from the Turkish side, because it can only take place among the Sunni Shia split on the Arab side. And I throw in the Pashtun because they're supposed to be 6 of the 10 lost tribes of Israel, who are sons of Abraham, who, according to the Sunnis, followed the right prophet path and became Sunni Islam. So that's what the affinity between the Arabs and the Pashtun are, and the Pashtun of the Taliban. Pretty synonymous, even though people get upset when I say that. So there's these ethnic rivalries have different they have different aspects of religion, and sometimes they don't.
Yeah, very much so. And the thing I'm kind of like I say, this kind of stream is to build up the whole relationship of Turkey with the West and with Russia in particular. But I'm kind of wondering, as Turkey reasserts itself on the global stage, and now that we just an update for people who might have missed it, the Turks seem to run a pretty tight ship whenever it comes to elections. You don't wait 2 weeks to hear results or days and stuff with ballots turning up. The Turks announced it pretty much within about an hour and a half of the polls closing. Erdogan has been re-elected, so we are in for another 5 years of his administration of Turkey. And especially with his sort of foreign policy, the way it's going, I'm just wondering, alongside all these other geopolitical contests going on, I'm wondering how Arab Sunni Islam, particularly because like the Arab world largely looks to Saudi Arabia, kind of like as its spiritual head, as the custodian of the holy places. I'm wondering how that will rectify itself to the growing power of an increasingly rediscovering its Sunni Islamic identity in the form of Turkey, especially considering all the sort of increasing levels of Turkish intervention across the Muslim world and elsewhere across the world, but like places in Libya, in places like Syria, in regards to Azerbaijan. I mean, I'm not going to say that Turkey is going to reestablish the caliphate under Erdogan, but I'm just wondering if there might be a bit of contention, another geopolitical rivalry between, say, Turkey and Saudi Arabia for the sort of headmanship or the moral leadership of the Sunni world. If I just said something bad, or was no one got a quip to that, or no? Felix probably still getting a drink, and I think George is okay. So yeah, it was just kind of my little thought experiment I've just been kind of playing about with there. So yeah, as I say, Erdogan has been re-elected. That came up pretty early on after polls closed. They seem to hold a pretty tight ship whenever it comes to elections in Turkey. No fortifying the elections, though it should be said, maybe because I just haven't gone out and looked for it this time, but the first round of the vote, there was quite a lot of allegations of vote tampering and intimidation at the ballot boxes, but that didn't really seem to go anywhere. Like I say, maybe I just haven't gone out to look for it this time round, but I haven't seen too many reports of that at the moment. But the thing I have been keeping tabs on are the various heads of government that have congratulated Erdogan. So we've had the Taliban, we've had Qatar, we had, I think Orban was pretty quick out of the gate. And again, oh, go on.
Oh, I was just saying that doesn't surprise me. Hey, I got to mute myself because the
was that a dog?
The birds.
All birds?
No, I got. Yeah, I live in a wildlife area. I'll come back now when the thing stops.
Yeah, no problem. The Serbians, let's see who else has been reported to have sent in. Surprisingly, I've not heard if Russia has done it yet. Maybe I just haven't seen the report. But Macron and Zelensky have also congratulated Erdogan on his election win. So maybe it just hasn't been picked up by TASS yet, but I haven't seen a statement from the Russian government, because I would consider Ankara probably to be a bit more leaning towards Moscow than it would Kiev, though I think the Turks are just playing both sides of the conflict for their own benefit.
Yeah, Russia wants. Russia is really kind of depending on Turkey to stay in their own alliance, because then they can counteract NATO trying to hem in all their pipelines and ports, because Turkey has a lot of pipelines and ports area. So if Turkey were going to actually follow the Western sanctions, that would be really, really bad for Russia.
Yeah, which is what
I'm guessing that Erdogan thinks, well, he could do that if he sided with NATO. Yeah, he could have a short-term windfall and expand his latent Ottoman Empire to the west by going through by building the pipelines from Baku to Turkmenbashi. But the problem with that is, how long would it be before he had a color revolution in his country? See, that's probably what's that's probably what's scaring people away from the West right now and into Russia is, with the Arab Spring and all the color revolutions. I mean, everybody in that area has got to think that they're next.
Well, I think after the coup, I mean, there was some pretty large purges went through all the way through Turkish society in 2016. I think.
Yeah, it wasn't just the military. It was also academia. It was like the purges were absolute. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's no problem. But especially, of course, Turkey, it was more important the military. I think he's completely secured the loyalty of the military,
which is unprecedented, by the way, for a Turkish leader. By the way, just saying, because it was up until that point, the Turkish military were the stalwarts or the guardians of Kemalism, and that has just been completely turned on its head, and people don't realize how actually important that is. Sorry, but anyway, that's all I was going to say.
Well, what I was going to go back to Gulen, because the purges were to get rid of all the Gulenists that were more Kemalist Turks. And by the way, because I don't think a lot of people know who Gulen is, he's been a CIA asset for decades now, all the way through most of the tail end of the Cold War.
He lives in Virginia, does he not?
He runs a bunch of moderate Islamic schools in the U.S., like a whole bunch. But he lives off of Route 33 in Sellersburg in Pennsylvania in the Poconos.
Do any of you have an actual sort of insight into the Gulen movement? Because all I really understand it is like quote unquote liberal or moderate Islam. I don't really know the connotations of it too deeply. So if any of you two do, please, I'm interested to hear.
I can't speak on that, but what I can speak on is, for example, having lived in Istanbul, it's kind of a microcosm of the country as a whole. So you've got on the Asian side, for example, you have you've got Üsküdar, for example, on the Asian side. You've got at Üsküdar. The only reference I can probably give is if anyone's ever seen Midnight Express or read the book about the Turkish prison of the Americans that was put in. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what Üsküdar is famous for, is the prison there. But Üsküdar is on the Asian side, and it doesn't necessarily mean it, because it's district by district. So you've got like Kadıköy, which is a very secularist part of the city on the same side. But you go from Üsküdar, which is I mean, as a young man, it was very, I don't want to say exotic, but it was very strange for me, because it's the first time I actually saw women in what I call them ninjas, because I was kind of young, and I as a young man, I didn't really even see the difference between Hinduism and Islam, just to throw that out there. They just both were exotic Eastern religions, and didn't really have I didn't really have a grasp of the difference between them. But for example, in Üsküdar, on the Asian side of the Bosphorus, you have women walking around, and I think it's called the niqab, is when it's the full black facial covering. And yeah, it's like, as a young man, I called them ninjas. I mean, that's how kind of ignorant I was when I first moved to Istanbul. I mean, it was just, I had no sort of historical connotations of what any of these people are. But you take a short boat trip across the Bosphorus to Besiktas, and you got girls in mini skirts and nightclubs, and you're talking just a short little boat trip across the Bosphorus. And that's kind of when you're talking about Turkey as a whole, it's kind of, you've got these two competing visions of what it is to be Turkish. You've got people that are, and again, I don't want to use sort of descriptives or adjectives like forward and backward or any of those sort of descriptors, because they don't really capture what it is. But like it is a society that has very, very overarching poles between it. You've got those that are very, and I should say that almost entirely the diaspora of Turks that are, especially in places like Europe and Germany in particular, are not the secularist Turks. these are almost invariably the people from, Eastern Turkey, the poorer regions of the country, the more Islamic, the more traditionalist, I guess is what you'd want to call it. Even the idea that Turks have a particular appearance is misleading, because they had slave raids all the way up to Iceland, up until like the late 19th century. And so you go to a place like Istanbul and you'll find it has just as many gingers as you'll find in London, for example. And a lot of it is because of the different slave blood that was brought into the society, right? So even like vis-a-vis appearance, vis-a-vis political orientation, it is a society that has very large extremes. And this is why Erdogan is such an interesting figure, because he's been able to basically topple the political establishment that has run the country for the last 100 years. And as you said, he's purged almost all aspects of society and guaranteed the loyalty of the military, which is just unprecedented. So, this is why, for example, looking at his win, it's seen as George was just saying, it's I think people's disillusionment at Western control of the international system. People are starting to, I guess, maybe George can help me out on this, but I think because I'm stumbling over my words here trying to explain it, but I think a lot of nations are starting to understand that their own autonomy is not, it's not assured so long as the Western interests aren't served. And this is where I think a win for Erdogan was more of a referendum, not only on the country itself, but on the direction of where it's going. And it was, in a certain sense, it was a referendum on whether, Turkey should be strengthening its position vis-a-vis its own civilization state with other countries like China and Russia, at the expense of a West that has basically been baiting them with the catnip of the idea that they're going to one day be part of the European Union, which would never happen, because if they had, they would instantly become the most populous country within the European Union, and they're a Muslim state. I mean, so the whole idea that the EU has been sort of, and I use the word catnip because I can't think of a better analogy, but using the idea that one day, if you reform this, that, and the other thing, you can become part of our club, which would never happen. It would never happen. And this election, I think the Turks are finally coming to the understanding that it won't happen, and they have to forge their own path forward. And in order to do that, they have to look at their own self-interests as a state.
Well,
yeah, one of the things that I've been talking about is just people are just sick of U.S. interventionism and all the color revolutions. Because Turkey had it's right next to Georgia, obviously, and the United States, again, spent $1 billion in trying to get Saakashvili elected, and they did. It didn't have the effect of making of turning Georgia into a NATO country that they thought it would. The second I start talking, that bird starts going off again. But
I like that, the sound of that bird, by the way. It's not a distraction. It's kind of got a neat little cuckoo. But anyway.
Yeah. Well, it only happens when if I'm going to record. I could sit out here all day and nothing. But anyway, it's also, everybody in that region knows that the United States went back to a Operation Cyclone destabilization, regime change destabilization program. It's not discussed in the press, but certainly the Indian and Pakistani press discuss it all the time, because they got to deal with a Sunni Pashtun Taliban that now has $80 billion worth of weapons and training. The people in that area have to deal with it. Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan have to deal with the Sunni Tajik Taliban and the Islamic movement of Uzbekistan, because they want to obliterate the borders of those countries. So everybody in that region has to deal with all of these, with the destabilization strategies that have been there since the late 70s, Zbigniew Brzezinski, I went over all of this and all the other streams. So, yeah, Erdogan could make a few, he could trade with the West. He could be neutral very easily, make money going both ways, which if you just want to do an economic utility function out of it, that would be the best thing for him. That would have been the best thing for Georgia. That would have been the best thing for Ukraine. But the United States wants trade going all towards the West and not towards the East. And I think people are really sick of those strong arm tactics. Free trade should be in both directions. And I think in this case, Erdogan wants to move east, not west, because the next color revolution would be in his country. If that 2016 coup was in fact real, he blamed it on Gulen being a CIA asset for decades and living in Pennsylvania.
So just a quick interruption here for a second. The Putin has said your victory is clear evidence of support of the Turkish people for your independent foreign policy. We highly appreciate your personal contribution to strengthening friendly Russian-Turkish relations. So that was kind of the big one that I've seen. Zelensky did congratulate him, but I'm waiting to see if there's a bit more of text so we could try and compare, see who is trying to court Ankara the most at the moment. But sorry to interrupt, do continue on.
George?
Get it back over to you.
Okay.
Felix, go ahead.
Yeah, all I was going to say with that, about Putin is I think George is correct. I think a lot of these countries understand that they're one sort of diplomatic faux pas away from a color revolution within their own country. And I think what's happening right now is you're seeing a breakdown of Western ability to control the outcomes within other societies. You're not only seeing that in the de-dollarization. I mean, one of the absolute, probably the most idiotic things that the West has done over I don't even know where to begin, but at the beginning of this war was to seize all of these assets of the Russians. And the EU has already come out and said that I think it's somewhere in the lines of $350 billion in seized Russian assets in the EU alone, that these assets aren't going to be returned to Russia. So what you've got is literally, if you're holding currencies that are controlled by Western powers, they can literally just steal them from you. And there's no other word than outright theft. And it's because they control these currencies. And what you're seeing is other countries understanding this, right? And this is why you're seeing a heightened sense within a lot of countries around the world of the dangers of playing with the West and using their currencies insofar as trade. And I think what you're going to see is an even stronger push from a lot of the so-called second world, or the countries that don't fall within the G7, but maybe the G20, of de-dollarizing and moving away from the euro, the dollar, and the pound in terms of denoting trade and holding assets. Because if you can have because of geopolitical happenstance, and it doesn't matter what your particular position on Ukraine is, for example, but if you can hold whatever position you like, but if, for example, these countries can then outright take your money as a nation state and confiscate it, which is theft, I think what we're seeing is not only the idea of color revolutions, but you're also seeing the idea that that holding and working with the West financially, you're only one step away, as George was saying, from a color revolution. If there's anything that they particularly dislike about what you're doing, your entire society can be toppled for any number of reasons, and all of your society's money can just be eradicated and stolen. And I think that's a lot of countries are seeing this, and this is why I think the outcome of this election is kind of telltale that a lot of countries have just had it with the West. They've had it. They've had it with the interference, and they've had it with the sort of whatever denoted in communiques coming out of DC become, you know, the de facto reality of a country halfway around the world. So I don't know, George, do you want to take it from there?
Yeah, it's been, I think they're just really they're really just sick of all the different ruses that have been used for color revolutions. But prior to that, what I was talking about, the region in terms of the different strategic plans, you know, ever since the Shia had their Tehran revolution, they want to unite with the Arabs for the different end times reasons. And ever since then, the Sunni Wahhabi Arabs have been trying to encircle Iran in Afghanistan. Then before you got on, talked about the Turkish plan of uniting across the Caspian Sea with its Turkish people. Okay, they're all intermixed, so they kind of look a little bit different, but they still have an affinity for being having a Turkic origins. But the Western Strat plan has always been to further disintegrate, disintegrate the Soviet Union, separate it from the Warsaw Pact, and then further disintegrate what's left of the Russian Federation, which would include those Turkic states. So they're trying to draw different divisions. I use my 5, 6, and 8 power center strategy plans to explain what major powers are interacting on those Central Asian and Middle Eastern regional powers. But what the West wants to see is they want to see all those different countries with oil and gas fields in the Russian Federation all broken up into separate countries. That way, the Western petroleum companies can deal with them as individuals, and they don't have to deal with just Russia, who kind of gets a collective bargaining agreement for that. So it's a way to break them up, and then the Western companies can actually get the oil and gas for much, much cheaper. And then the profits just all go to a few dozen global companies. So these countries now, not only, I mean, they're afraid of the color revolutions for what the end game of the West is, which is a total control of the world by Wall Street and the City of London.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, absolutely. If I can add to that, it is what George is saying right now. It always comes down to one thing. I mean, we try to talk about things like values, and we talk about principles, and we talk about inherent human rights. But what it does come down to inherently, it does come down to basically Wall Street and the City of London entirely. And I think that when people don't pay attention to the actual truth of the matter is when people are they're more easily bamboozled is the word I'm looking for. And we live in a society that is utterly bamboozled, you know, and we believe that our take on particular stances vis-a-vis values is universal, which they're not. And our stances are basically changing by the hour. You know, what we hold to be the most precious values of our society. And
what is Western values?
I mean,
define it. Can you define it?
Yeah. Global homo, basically.
Yeah.
Global homogeneity.
Gay rights.
Well, George will tell you a great story. George will tell you a great story. George was in Afghanistan when it was basically falling to the Taliban. And he'll tell you, I think it was Gay Pride Month, was it not, George? And you're telling me that I mean, they were flying the Gay Pride flag, like literally to the day, the BLM flag and the Gay Pride flag to the day that the city fell to the Taliban outside the U.S. Embassy.
Yeah,
George can tell the story better than I can. I've heard it from him before privately.
Well, I don't want to say too much about it. I don't want to get.
Never mind. You know, let's not talk about that. I understand why. Yeah, that's probably not something that we should get into. But I would say, for example, whatever our values are as Westerners are not going to be the values we have next week, because our values are so malleable. It just depends on what we hold to be the most dear, I guess, insofar as the way things.
One thing that I've found, this is sort of getting off on the tangent, so we'll just rein it back in, but just a parting shot on this. One thing that it's kind of really caught my goat up recently is I follow James Cleverly, who is a British MP. He's the British foreign minister, and because apparently this country only serves to support Ukraine in everything and anything it does. That's all the United Kingdom seems to be for these days. But he's been doing a world tour over the past around about 6 months, and there's just a constant theme that he puts through. And I've met this man numerous times whenever I used to work in politics. Like a very charming and fun guy to hang about with, but still, it's just weird seeing him. He goes to Kazakhstan, he goes to Chile, he goes to China, he goes to South Korea, to Australia, and out of all those, there's one thing that always, word for word, in every single tweet that he puts out, we are expanding our common shared values. And I'm just sitting here thinking, like, what does that mean? What is a common shared value that we share with Chile, Kazakhstan, China, Australia, South Korea, except whatever country he goes to? Like, he never expands on what those are. I think he just is, like, obviously the beast, the machine, the cathedral just assumes that we must all implicitly know what they are. Because, I mean, from my understanding is the common shared values for Western society these days is transsexual rights, gay pride parades, racial justice for fentanyl addicted criminals, and the abolition of the nation state. I don't think Kazakhstan agrees with that. I don't think Chile agrees with that. I don't think China agrees with that. Like, it's just this it's like diversity. It's just this nebulous, meaningless buzzword that's just been forced into everyday discourse that apparently we are all just supposed to accept and agree with as the epitomal good, that it is the unreachable good that we must all strive before. In the absence of religion, we've got diversity, common shared values that we must all adhere to, and it's like, no, but no, we don't. I don't.
Yeah, no, exactly, and you're going to hear these nebulous undertakings by not just the UK's foreign minister, but I mean, I think probably the poster child for all of this is Justin Trudeau, and Justin Trudeau. I mean, just in the recent G7 summit, he got into a bitch fight with the Italian Prime Minister. Her name escapes me at this moment, because supposedly there was Meloni. Yeah, so he got into a bitch fight with her, basically lecturing her on transgenderism and how her country is not doing as much as Canada is doing and how she's doing it wrong. And it got into a full-blown diplomatic dispute, because he literally was at the G7 dictating to her what he believed should be Italy's position on all of these issues, and it was basically on transgenderism. And I'm not going to talk about transgenderism in a positive or negative, but the point is you've got, even within the G7 societies, you've got countries like Canada, run by, I mean, a former substitute drama teacher and part-time ski instructor, and that's not to diminish teaching, because as a profession, it holds, in my opinion, a lot more esteem than political positions. I mean, I would give a lot more. I'd give a lot more credit and respect to a teacher than I would to a politician. But yeah, it's these nebulous and never-ending, expanding, mutating, and shape-shifting supposed values that we're told are universal. And as you said, I don't think that, for example, Uruguay and the Congo and Pakistan and Vietnam hold any of these supposed self-evident truths to be inherently correct, and this is what the combined and unified West is trying to force on the rest of the world. And I don't believe that these are values that the vast majority of humankind ascribe themselves to. So yeah, we've gone right off the rails on this.
Well, no, it's a good segue. I think this is where we'll start to look into Turkey's relations with the West and why there is this cooling off and a divergence of Turkey. But just before we get into that, I kind of neglected chat, but bunker housing for 50 Swedish krona. Hope this means Sweden will not join NATO. Also, have you read Article 5? It says you do not have to assist an alliance partner militarily. Pretty weak pact. Bit sketchy on that. I think if Article 5 is a lot more, there's a lot of like uncodified elements to it. It's more of a convention that you're compelled to. I can't see anyone say invading Bulgaria and Article 5 not being enforced on the membership collectively. But thank you for the 50 Swedish krone, and for $5 from Jared Armstrong. Thank you so much. Ottomans were on the downturn regardless of World War One. That is why it was called the sick man of Europe. Yes, indeed. And that's it. If anyone else wants to throw a super chat, it's all very greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for those who have.
Yeah, super chats would be good. And I think me, Michael, and George would be more than happy to answer any questions that you guys would throw out. So send Michael a super chat his way, and we'll be more than happy to answer any of them, I think.
Oh, shucks. Thank you. Well, I guess with this, we'll start to pivot and move a bit along and get into Turkey and the West. So kind of the first, I guess, obvious flung with this will be the old animosity, rival of Turkey, and that would be Greece. Entwined historically for hundreds of years, most of Turkey now lies on what used to be Greek land. There is a quasi.
All of it was Hellenistic. I mean, it is almost bizarre. Is if you start go to Turkey today, and I'm actually thinking about going to Turkey this month, just because I've been thinking about the country. I haven't been there for a while. Is they have, because it was the wealthy part of the Roman Empire. It was always where the money was, even in early antiquity. Even prior to the rise of the empire and the fall of the republic, all of the money was always in the East. And if you're interested in Roman and Greek history, probably the best places you can go to actually visit cities and ruins and archaeological sites and museums is in Turkey, not in Western Europe, because all of it was basically the Western Roman Empire fell in 456. 456.
Yeah,
okay.
that was the
with
deposition
Alaric
of Romulus.
Alaric and the sack of Rome. Okay. But basically, the as I said previously, the Eastern Roman Empire didn't fall until 1453, and it obviously was a slow rot. It was a very slow rot. But just in terms of archaeological sites that I've been to, and I have to be honest with you, I'm a bit of a history buff, and I've always been that way, and I've always been quite interested in especially antiquity. I've always been very interested in, for example, I've even gone to certain cities in France just because I want to see the ruins from antiquity. I've been to Nîmes, for example, in southern France, because they have perhaps the best preserved amphitheater. And an amphitheater is basically just what we would call a Colosseum. The word Colosseum we derive from, supposedly there was a colossal statue of a Roman emperor out front, Nero, out front of what it was the Flavian Amphitheater, what we call today the Colosseum, right? But the problem is that a lot of it has been just destroyed by earthquakes, but also basically of successive generations quarrying Roman structures for stone, easily quarryable to build new things, because they didn't want to do their own thing. But in southern France, they've got two very, very, very well preserved amphitheaters. And part of the reason is that at the fall of the Roman Empire, they were reinforced as fortresses for the cities, right? And that's why they were able to stay. But in Turkey, I'm completely going off on a tangent. As I was saying before, all 7 churches of the apocalypse in the book of Revelations, they're all in Turkey. If you take a look at almost every aspect of the Bible outside of Israel and the apostleship and the ministry of Jesus Christ, almost all of it was written in Turkey.
Yeah, you've got
Jesus's mother. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say,
even Jesus's mother. You had the Council of Nicaea, which codified the books of the Bible, the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and the different letters. That was codified in Nicaea, which is modern day Iznik, which is just outside of Istanbul. It is such and people don't realize it because it's just seen now as a foreign Muslim state. But as you were saying previously about Greece and Turkey, the animosity exists because the Greeks see Istanbul as an occupied city of Constantinople, and this is why. And you had the Turks. I don't know if you guys are aware, part of the reason why the Acropolis is in the state it's in right now, and they've been repairing it since since the first time I was ever there, which was in, I think, the early 2000s. The Ottoman Turks used the Acropolis as a weapons and an ammunition depot, and it blew up. And that's why the Acropolis is in such the state that it's in right now, is because it was, it was used as an ammunition dump. The animosity between the Greeks and Turks, whether it be in Cyprus, but I mean, it's not just there. It's one of those kind of situations that is never going to go away. It's very similar, I think, to China, Korea, and Japan. These neighbors, they've been neighbors and they've always been neighbors, but they will absolutely never, ever come to any kind of recognition of each other as even potential allies in the face of outside interference, even, so yeah, it's kind of what I was just getting at. So Greece and Turkey's relationship is so intertwined, it's hard to tell the two apart from each other. And the only thing I would say, and this is just a complete divergent, is if you like Greek food, and the reason Greek food is more well, I guess in North America, in Europe it's probably not such the case, but in North America at least, Greek food is known a lot more because there's just a lot more Greek immigrants in North America, and there has been Greeks in places like Australia and Canada and the US for decades. But if you like Greek food, for example, and this is not to dunk on Greek food, I think it's the Turkish food is almost entirely the same but better. And it's not better because they have better recipes. It's just because Anatolia, one of the reasons it's been contested since classical antiquity, or even before antiquity, going all the way back to, if you take a look at its position, you're looking at, just the outskirts of where civilization began in the Fertile Crescent in Mesopotamia. It was probably the suburbs of that, is that it's some of the most fertile land on the planet. And all it is vis-a-vis the Turks is they just have more access to more fertile land than the Greeks do. Greece is a lot more rocky and a lot less fertile than Anatolia. But if you like Greek food, and this is completely an aside, you'll love Turkish food because it's almost the same thing, but better. And that's not to dunk on Greek food, because I love Greek food. It's just the difference is that they have access to more fertile land in their country. So, like, for example, I'm completely getting off track, but they have all of this great food that involves honey. If you guys like honey, which I love.
I quite like Turkish yogurt, the way they mix their yogurts up with some of their curries and stuff. And I do have to say, I do love myself a bit of gyros.
I digress.
Oh, it's okay.
I was just the Greeks and Turks are the problem is they're a hell of a lot more similar to each other than they care to admit. Very much so.
Yeah. Well, just to sort of we're going to run through like 1,000 years of history in a very short space of time here, but
I'll be back in a sec. I'm just gonna hit the head. I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, no problem. So as I kind of pointed out earlier, you had the Battle of Manzikert in 1072 or not 1094. I can't remember what date it was. Maybe it was 1074. But that opened up Anatolia to the settlement and the conquest by the Turks. Then one of the Turkish beyliks came by the name of Osman, which is where we get the name Ottoman from. And needless to say, you had the Crusades that came through, but particularly the Fourth Crusade in 1207, particularly led by the Catholic Venetians, sacked the city of Constantinople while it was part of the Byzantine control, and that crippled the Greek, Byzantine, Eastern Roman Empire. And from there, it was just a permanent decline up until 1453, when Mehmet the Conqueror conquered the city, and that was the ascendancy of the Ottoman Empire. And then just to quickly go through a lot of complex history, needless to say, the Ottomans eventually took over pretty much all of Hellas, all of Greece. I believe only Corfu never came under Ottoman control, but the Ottomans take over Crete, they take over Cyprus, all of mainland Hellas, all of the Aegean Islands, Bulgaria. They started to push up and establish client states into the old Vlach kingdoms, the Vlachs being the medieval name for the Romanians, so that's where you have Wallachia, Moldavia come from. But still ringing influence to this day is whenever the Turks took over most of the Balkans, this is where you get the conversion of the Bosnians and the Albanians to Islam, which obviously to this day continues to perplex the harmony of the region. Pertinent being the Balkan Wars and obviously the Albanian Muslim Kosovars, who to this day, actually just a couple of days ago, they sent their police and armed forces into the Serbian communities in the north of Kosovo to enforce their flag upon them. That all stems back to whenever the Ottoman Empire controlled the Balkans, but we're going to be focusing mostly on Greece. So you had this great Greek heritage. You had the heritage of Plato, of the ancient Hellenes. You had like Ephesus, old Troy, the ancient Greece of antiquity. And then you had the Roman Empire, heritage of the Greeks, the center of Constantinople. And then this brings it in here to the wider aspect whenever you look at Russia and the ongoing Russian complex relationship with Turkey over the centuries. Is the Greeks are Orthodox Christians, the Russians are Orthodox Christians. Whenever Constantinople fell to the Ottoman Turks, that's whenever the sort of mantle of the headship of the Orthodox Christian world passed to Russia and the Moscow Patriarchate. But what came under the control of the Ottoman Empire at that stage, these Muslim Turks, we're not really going to be focusing on Alexandria and Jerusalem so much, but in terms of the borders of modern Turkey, is you have the ancient Patriarchate of Antioch, the ruins of Antioch, the ancient famous Christian city, is in the borders of modern Turkey. I believe is down here in Hatay province. And then obviously the ecumenical patriarchate is based in Constantinople, now Istanbul, and was sort of kept as at first a captive of the Ottoman Turks, as a sort of ethnarch, a sort of puppet from which they could control their Christian subjects, but then sort of as a quasi-autonomous arm of the Ottoman state in regards to its administration of its Greek and Christian subjects. So you have about, let's see, 453. When was the Greek Revolution? I think it was 1810. So you have around about 300 to 400 years where Greece labors under Ottoman domination. And alongside this, towards the end of it, you have the weakening of the Ottoman Empire. It just sort of enters this period of decay. It tries to keep expanding, does take over pretty much all of Northern Africa, all the way down to Yemen. It takes over the holy places of Islam, Mecca and Medina. But it finds its match at the Battle of Lepanto, which is just off the coast of Greece. I believe it's here, where the Ottoman navy is crushed by an alliance of Catholic states. The siege of Malta, where the Turks are repulsed, and then most famously the sieges.
I mean to interrupt. I actually just made a video on my new channel, if anybody's interested, on Malta, and I talk a lot about that siege. But sorry, go ahead.
Okay, well, I'll be sure to link it in the chat whenever I get around to it. But
right.
But most infamously was the two battles of Vienna, where the high tide mark of Ottoman Turkish imperial conquest kind of finally met its match, and ever since then the Ottoman Empire kind of slowly went into this period of decay, stagnation, in especially in the 1800s, steady territorial reversals. Alongside this, especially as you have to gather, is like through the 16 and 1700s, as you have this growing power of Muscovy and then into Russia. And then even going back onto the Greek issue, is all around the Black Sea, as you had these, going back to antiquity and through the medieval ages, as you have these colonies of Greeks, ethnic Greek Hellenes. So you have the Pontic Greeks, who used to inhabit the northern coast of Anatolia, up in now Ukraine and Crimea, is you had various Greek colonies stretching all the way back to antiquity. Snake Island, which I'm sure people who are regular visitors of my Telegram channel and streams will know this was talked about a lot in regards to what's happened in the war. Snake Island is mentioned in antiquity. It actually shows up on this map with this little Greek temple, though it doesn't explain it. But I believe this is where it's reputed that I believe Heracles went in exile, or one of the Greek god. There's a ancient legend that links Snake Island.
For the American viewers, Heracles is Hercules, by the way, just for our American viewers, Heracles is Hercules. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's not a problem. It's I do have to remember I have a strange accent and pronunciation of things. So I can't remember the exact legend, but the Snake Island, which has been fought over in the war in Ukraine, has it is mentioned in Greek antiquity is linked to various legends involving various Hellenic gods. So there was a lot of Greek influence stretching.
The Golden Fleece and the whole Odyssey of the Golden Fleece, Homer's Iliad, Homer's Odyssey. All of these were in Turkey, by the way, and the Black Sea. So yeah, I don't mean to keep interrupting, but people really should understand how much of our collective history does come out of this part of the world.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. So I mean, there's Greeks stretching from antiquity in Crimea and in what is now Ukraine up until very recently, historically, and some of them actually up until the past year. So Sevastopol was an ancient Greek colony of Feodosia, I believe it was, which was then occupied by Crimean Goths, which was the last sort of remnant of the Gothic peoples. Kerch and Kaffa were ancient Greek colonies in Crimea, and also Mariupol, which I'm sure I don't need to go into. I'm sure everyone knows what's happened in Mariupol recently up until the siege, and it's debatable. I haven't heard too much about it if they've remained after, but up until the recent siege last year, there was a extant ethnically Greek population that traced their lineage all the way back to these. Well, they claimed that their lineage stretched all the way back to these ancient Greek colonies that established themselves in this part of the Black Sea. So why am I going into this? Well, it's pertinent to the relationship between Greece with Turkey, with Russia, is you had Greeks all across this territory, and Anatolia used to be completely Hellenic. So whenever the Ottoman Empire snuffs out the last independent Hellenic and Greek entities in Hellas and around the Black Sea, is that kind of broke the lineage of all these people, but the mantle of that, like I say, through the Orthodox Christian element of the leader of the religious aspect of Orthodox Christianity, and a marriage between, I don't think it was Ivan the Terrible, but one of the czars married a Byzantine princess. That is where the ancient duchy, the Grand Prince of Muscovy then started to claim the mantle of the Third Rome. And then this sort of brings Russia, as it grows in power, further into the Black Sea and invests it in this sort of historical religious struggle to liberate and free the Greek people and Constantinople, which was kind of the big emphasis between the dozens of wars fought between the Turks and the Russians that seen the expansion of Russian power. So you then had the Greek Revolution in I believe it was in the 1810s.
You should also state that even if you take a look at the modern coat of arms of Russia, it's basically an interpretation of the Byzantine coat of arms with the double-headed eagle, right? So you can actually see the symbology of the Third Rome, the way the Russians see themselves as the inheritors of Byzantium in their iconography of their modern state.
Tell you what, I'll bring that up right now. So what Felix has just referred to is
we've also Boa in the chat. He's corrected me. Is that in America we say Hercules, and I think part of the reason why is there was a cartoon from the 60s, but also there was a TV show in the 90s, and my brother's dog, his previous 2 dogs ago, my brother generally he adopts dogs from the pound, older dogs that nobody wants, and he had a dog named Hercules. But Boa was actually explaining that Heracles is Greek and Hercules is Roman. So the pronunciation. So I was wrong, And Bo is saying, yeah, Kevin Sorbo got it wrong. Yeah, Hercules is the son of Jupiter, not Zeus. So Bo is correcting me in the chat. Please go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. So just to follow up on that point, probably not the best resolution I could find it, but this is the old Paphlagoi. Paphlagoi was the last dynasty, the last Byzantine Roman emperor, imperial dynasty. That is their emblem. The analogy, I believe, was that one head of the eagle was looking to the east, and then one head of the eagle was looking to the west, and it was also an analogy between the western-looking eagle kind of subverts what we kind of think about the West and Westernization, is that the eagle head looking to the west towards Rome was looking at the past, and the eastern looking eagle was looking to the future, because kind of subverting our idea that, you know, the West is always the one in the future and the East is always in the past. It was kind of subverted in terms of the medieval history. And then this is the Russian version. As you can see, it takes strong lineage interpretations from the double-headed eagle. I also believe the Holy Roman Empire.
Can you put those two? Can you put those two side by side if that's possible?
Well,
maybe not. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, just so people can get an interpretation of the two of them next to each other.
Sorry if it's not the best.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. There we go. That's good.
So, like I say, it might be a bit long-winded, but we're trying to get through thousands of years of history to explain complex geopolitical issues that are happening today. But this is kind of the build-up. It's sort of bringing in the Russian aspect in terms of its relations with Turkey. So, if we move away from the eagles, I hope you guys have gotten the gist we're going for. So, you had ethnic Greeks used to live all around the Black Sea, while all of Turkey. All of Hellas, Greece, was subsumed by the Turkish Empire. You then had the revolution of the Greeks in the 1810s, which was largely supported by the Russians. Catherine the Great had, quote-unquote, the Greek plan, which was a grand Russian ambition to completely dismember the Ottoman Empire. I believe it was in the 1780s, 1770s, and retake Constantinople and revive this old ancient Greek Romanoi Eastern Roman Empire. Needless to say, that didn't happen, but you had the reemergence of a Greek kingdom, an independent Greek kingdom, and over the 1800s that slowly starts to expand its lands and liberates ethnically Greek territories at the expense of the alien Ottoman Empire. Alongside this, you have constant wars with this emerging Russian Empire that is flexing its might, slowly taking over the Baltic territory, not the Baltic, the Black Sea coasts, because alongside this, what is now Ukraine, this is where you come into the Tatar peoples and the Crimean Tatars. This is where their ethnogenesis comes from. Without going on a full tangent, you had the Mongols come into Russia, completely destroy the Kievan Rus, and establish the Tatar yoke. A remnant of that group was the Crimean Tatars, and they had a quasi-state, a slaving state in southern Ukraine based on Crimea. This is where so as Felix pointed out earlier, is that there was a lot of slaving going on with the Turks.
All the way to Iceland.
Yeah.
All the way to Iceland.
You had the Barbary pirates would operate in the Mediterranean, especially the Western Mediterranean. But in terms of, there's a lot of people seem to think that the word Slav comes from the word slave because they were always enslaved by the Turks. It actually doesn't. It comes from a different etymological place. But the reason people think of that is because Slavs especially were favored slaves of Muslim powers, and especially the Turks. And it would be these Crimean Tatars in what is now southern Ukraine who would launch these slaving raids up into northern Ukraine and up into what is now Russia to find these slaves, bring them down, send them across the Black Sea and sell them into Ottoman servitude. There's a very famous Ottoman queen, I think it's Roxana. I think she was the concubine of Selim the Grim, I think it was, or was it Suleiman the Magnificent? I can't remember.
There was a Roxana who was the wife of Alexander the Great as well. So
yeah,
there's been a few. Yeah. It should also be said that America's first venture in foreign affairs was actually against the Barbary pirates in Tripoli. and the slaving raids. And
Yeah.
I remember, I think there's a very famous saying, something along the lines of millions for defense, but not 1 cent for tribute. And this is where, for example, the current the hymn of the Marine Corps comes from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, is the first verse in the song. And it comes from the fact that American diplomats were asking the Barbary pirates and the Islamic slave raiders, why are you attacking us? We haven't done anything to you. And they just said, well, according to the laws of Allah, the Magnificent and the Noble Quran, non-Muslims, the infidel, are our booty, and we will just, it's not anything to do with you. It's you're infidels, and we're going to take your ships and we're going to enslave your people. And this was actually the first foray of the United States, very, very soon after its founding, after the end of the Revolutionary War, where the United States took the war to the Barbary pirates and destroyed them. And it's as I said, remarked upon in the Marine Corps hymn to this day. But it was actually the first foray into foreign affairs the United States ever took, and it was against these slave raiders in the Mediterranean.
So in regards to Russia and Ukraine, like I say, southern Ukraine, you had these Crimean Tatars who launched these slave raids, and this is kind of where the ethnogenesis of the Cossack people, which Ukraine and Russia kind of take a lot of their national symbology and identity from, probably more Ukraine, ironically, considering most Cossacks actually live in Russia now. But the kind of ethnogenesis of the Cossack people is like this sort of Slavic version of the cowboy amongst these kind of wild lands, these frontiersmen, where these kind of was forged in this part of Ukraine, because it's kind of a strange analogy, but if you think of the Crimean Tatars as kind of like the Indians, and then the Cossacks as the cowboys, like trying to defend and expand this frontier and these fortified settlements to beat back these constant Muslim slaving raids that were taking the women and the children to be janissaries or concubines in Constantinople. That's where the Cossacks come from, and that's what kind of drew the attention of the growing power of the Tsardom of Moscow.
Well, this is actually something that should actually be something that people consider, is up until almost the end of the 19th century, almost all of the population centers along the coastal regions in Christian Europe were depopulated. Nobody would live near the coasts out of fear of these slave raids. So like the coastal regions of Italy, the coastal regions of France, of Spain, all of them were almost completely depopulated because they were too close to the slave raiding ships. And that's why they would go all the way up to Iceland even to basically take their harvest of humans. And it was only toward the end of the, maybe not in the 19th, 18th century, when the coastal regions in continental Europe were being repopulated. So it's just something to take into consideration, which you can't underestimate the amount of damage this did to continental Europe and the collective trauma of it. And as I was saying to a couple hours ago in the stream, if you go to a place like Istanbul, and I'm also talking about Western Anatolia itself as well, you find people have this idea that Turks are sort of a particular view of how they look ethnically, and that has to do with a lot of the reasons is that the diaspora generally comes from Eastern Turkey, from the eastern part of the country. But in Western Turkey, you've got a lot of people that wouldn't be out of place in somewhere like Sweden, right? Just the way they look. And
yeah, I mean, it was kind of one of the historical ironies is that in many ways, the Ottoman imperial family was probably more ethnically Greek than most Greeks, and probably more ethnically Slavic than most of the Russian imperial family towards the end.
Absolutely. And I can't stress enough how much this part of the world pertains to our own cultural inheritance. And if anyone ever has the opportunity, it's probably one of the most fascinating places on the planet. Turkey, Western Anatolia especially, but you could go all the way across to Trabzon, which is on the Black Sea. And I was saying previously, even the stories of like Jason and the Argonauts and the Golden Fleece, all of these sort of Hellenistic legends and lore all of them actually took place in what we now call Turkey. So the other thing is this is one of the things, I don't want to get too political, but about the Erdogan, is it was Kemal Ataturk that took the Saint Sophia Church. Now you got to imagine the Saint Sophia Church. When I first went to Istanbul, I have to be honest with you again, I was a pretty young man and I was very unaware, as I said, of the cultural legacy. I didn't really even understand the difference between Hinduism and Islam. This is kind of how green I was at the time. And there's a massive church that was converted. It was the first thing after the conquest of Istanbul in 1453 and the Conqueror Mehmet. The first thing he did when the city fell was he walked into the St. Sophia Church and converted it to a mosque. Now, the St. Sophia Church was the biggest church in Christendom until the building of the current St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican. And right opposite, so if you're standing in front of the St. Sophia Church in Istanbul, all you do is you turn 180 degrees, and what you have there is the Blue Mosque. Now, the St. Sophia Church was built in the 3rd century.
Yeah, I think it was the 600s. It was built under Justinian the Great.
Let me see.
I'm pretty sure it was.
Hold on a second. St. Sophia.
I think because the Theodosian walls, I'm pretty sure, were the 3rd century. The Hagia Sophia, I'm pretty sure, was 5th and 6th.
Okay, let me see. With building dates. Actually, it was 360. It was. Okay, we're both right. The beginning date was 360, and the completion date was 537. So it took 200 years to build. So well, when you're there, they always basically talk about it being like 1600 years old, whereas the Blue Mosque right opposite, and it's just impossible to believe that you've got more than 1,000 years between the Blue Mosque and the St. Sophia Church. And what you'll also notice is that almost all mosques in the world today look like the St. Sophia Church, this Byzantine church. So you've got this cultural overlap as well. So it's not only the Christian Orthodox churches, but you've also got like Islamic mosques basically rendered in the same style as the St. Sophia Church. And Erdogan, so to his credit, not Erdogan's credit, but to the credit of Kemal Ataturk, he understood that this was a very sensitive cultural aspect to the Western world. And when he took control of the country, he turned it into a museum. And to the credit of the Muslim conquerors, who they're iconoclasts and don't believe in the representation of living creatures within Islam. So, for example, if you go to a mosque, it's generally geographic shapes. They don't have statues and they don't have like stained glass windows with figures. But they did not basically destroy all of the beautiful artwork of the Byzantine church. They just basically plastered over it. And when Kemal Ataturk took over, what they did is they were able to peel back those layers, and all of that art is still there. But after 100 years of being a museum, Erdogan turned it back into a mosque, which it didn't get enough, in my opinion, enough airtime in Western society to really resonate to what that meant. And I thought that was kind of a huge slap in the face.
Yeah, I mean,
culturally, at least.
The Greeks, I can remember the Greeks especially, understandably so, took it quite badly. But I mean, do you really expect Western states to ever stand up for the rights of Christians anywhere?
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
But,
they never will. They never have, and they never will.
And just to sign off, like I say, just to feed into this sort of narrative I'm building about what brought Russia into conflict with the Turks and kind of has led to the modern dynamic relation between them, is the Hagia Sophia. It was the place where whenever the Slavs, the Kievan Rus, obviously from which the modern day Russians and Ukrainians come from, their conversion to Christianity was inspired by seeing the Hagia Sophia. Whenever they came down and contacted the Eastern Romans, the Byzantines, they were brought to the Hagia Sophia, and the Slavs, you have to understand, this time they were steppe people. the most they had seen is probably like a 2-3 story tall like wooden structure, and then they are gifted with this massive building, this incredible construction, and it is gilded with the most beautiful icons that Orthodox Christianity can present. And they were so stunned by the experience of it, they went back to their king. I believe it was like Vladimir the Great, I think it was, of the Kievan Rus, and just told him, like, if there is a god, he resides within the buildings and icons such as beautiful as seen as Constantinople. So
I've never been in a more beautiful building in my life, and part of it, and people will say the Vatican, but the Vatican is so much newer than the Hagia Sophia, and I've never been in something that was so awe-inspiring. And to believe that this is over 1,000-year-old building in an earthquake zone, I should add, in an earthquake zone. I mean, they have earthquakes. And this is not a slight against Turks, but, you know, I mean, there was an earthquake here the other night, and I think it was like a 5 or a 6, but, you know, it just rattles and everybody goes back to normal. But in that part of the world, like you get 10,000 deaths because they don't build for earthquakes there. I don't think they have. I think just the cost of building is just too prohibitive. But you've got to imagine you've got this 1,000-year-old church, more than 1,000 years, the 1,500-year-old church, and the vastness of it. It's cavernous. What makes it even more amazing is when you walk across the threshold of the Saint Sophia Church, is because you've got 1,500 years of people coming in and out. The stone at the entrance is all worn from all of the people throughout the centuries coming in and out of the place.
Yeah, countless countless Roman emperors, countless who knows what kind of leader of the Slavs or the Bulgarians, of various peoples who converted to Orthodoxy, and then you've got the Ottoman sultans who came after them. The history that must emanate from the place must be incredible.
It is. I can't stress it enough. It's probably one of the most awe-inspiring human creations outside of the pyramids, you know, I would say. But yeah, that's just completely an aside. But you have to, I think your listeners probably can already get a feeling that I have an affinity toward the country. And part of the reason is it's one of the first countries I ever lived outside of my own country, right? Outside of the West. And it had a profound effect on me. You know, this is when I first learned about Islam, and when I first learned about, like, who the hell was Muhammad. I didn't know who this person was, and I didn't know what the Quran was about. I didn't have any idea. You know, before I went to Turkey, I was expecting it to have camels, right? I mean, that's literally how ignorant I was as a young man. Yeah. And you know, I literally thought I was going to like Saudi Arabia, and when I got there, it was the first day. That's never mind. I'm just going right off on a tangent again.
Yeah, well, first thing I read. Like I was saying, just to get back, so you had hold
the fort. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, no problem. So how you sort of get into the modern identity of the peoples of Ukraine and Russia, like I say, the Cossacks emerge as a kind of like, not quite a nomadic, but like a frontier people who are constantly on the defense against these Muslim slaving raids from these like Ottoman Turkish puppets in the Crimean Tatars in southern Ukraine. That inspires Russian expansionism to come down and quell and destroy this slaving state, which then slowly brings Russia even more into conflict. Imperial Russia, this is more in conflict with the Ottoman Turks. Then you have the independence of the Greeks, which slowly start to expand. And you just sort of go into this death spiral of the Ottoman Empire for the 1800s as the Russians slowly gobble up more territory in the Caucasus or up along the Black Sea. You then get the independence of Bulgaria. You then come to the Crimean War, because the Russians kind of overplayed their hand, where they sought to establish themselves as like the defender of all Christians across the Ottoman Empire, which then is where the British and the French kind of come into their dispute with Russia, and you have this long run. I think, George, I don't know, you haven't spoken for a while, but I think you might have something to say on sort of British historical antagonism towards Russia stemming from this, or... No.
I mean, Russia always wanted a southern port. And yes, the British has always played the sea power versus the land power game. So yeah, they were always interested in teaming with Turkey against Russia. And then yeah, that stupid bird is back. That's why I've been muting myself lately.
Yeah, it's no problem. So after the Crimean War, you have, like, I think it's around about a decade before the Russians kind of really start to step back up. Through the 1800s, you have a couple more wars where the Russians slowly expand their borders in Anatolia. And you have the Greeks slowly start to expand their way up into its modern day frontiers. You then have the Balkan Wars of the early 1910s, which is kind of the end of Turkey as a European power. It's where Turkey loses its last vestiges in Europe outside of Edirne. This is where you get the independence of the establishment of kind of most of modern day Serbia, the independence of Albania, I believe, as well. Turkey's on its death row. You then come to the First World War, where the Russian Empire collapses, the Turkish Empire collapses. You then get the establishment of the Turkish Republic and the Soviet Union. But in regards to Greece, Greece kind of joins the war towards the end on the Allied side. And as the Entente powers are starting to divvy up, or trying to divvy up, Turkey, kind of how they did in the Middle East. So Iraq, Jordan came under British control, Palestine as well. Lebanon and Syria came under the control of France. There was an attempt to try and do that as well to Turkey. I believe they were looking to give the southern portion to Italy. This is how, if people have always kind of been curious why Italy held Rhodes and Aegean Islands during the Second World War, it was from this period. This is when they claimed them. I believe the British were looking to take over around Constantinople, and the French were looking for territory in Anatolia. This is where you get the rise of Kemal Ataturk. He kind of builds up the remains of the Turkish army to frustrate and push back this attempt by the Entente powers to establish these territories. But alongside this is you have the Greeks. It's called the Megali idea, the great idea in Greek, where they want to reestablish the old Roman Empire, to retake Constantinople, to reunite all the ethnically Greek peoples along this territory. Because if you remember my little tangent where I'm saying that Greeks used to live all along the Black Sea coast, you had the Pontic Greeks up here. You had Greeks all around here, especially centered in Smyrna, which I believe is now modern day Izmir. You had Greeks all along the southern border, the southern coast, all the way to Adana, and of course, most pertinent, you had Greeks up here in Edirne and in Constantinople. The Greeks initially do quite well, but then their war effort collapses, and the Kemal Ataturk completely pushes out the Greek invasion of Anatolia. And as a response of this, it had been going on since the First World War, if not even before it, but there was like an ethnic cleansing of Greek populations. As part of the decline of the Ottoman Empire, there was kind of a breakdown of the old ethnic millet system, where like each ethnic and religious minority in the empire could rule itself. That kind of broke down, and the central authority just began this process of ethnic cleansing, which eventually merged into genocide. This is where the Armenian genocide came in. This is where the ethnic cleansing of the Kurds came in. This is where the extermination of the old Syriac Christians who used to live much further north into Anatolia happened. And this is why there is very little to no Greeks who live in their ancestral homelands, who have lived here for thousands of years. This is where they kind of reach the end of their story. If they weren't completely exterminated outright, as what happened to the Pontic Greeks who used to live up here in Trebizond and up to Sinope, they were forced in a large-scale population transfers into the borders of modern-day Greece. So you had all the ethnic Greeks who weren't killed were forced to return to Greece, and then all ethnically Turkish people in what came under the control of Greece were then sent back to Turkey, and this is where you get this homogenization
big
of
population
populations.
Exchange is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And this is what I was saying. Like, Kemal Ataturk was born in what is today Greece, in Thessaloniki. So he wasn't even actually born in Turkey, modern Turkey. He was born in Greece, which was part of the Ottoman Empire at the time.
Yeah.
So almost indistinguishable from each other. But yeah, the genocides and the population exchanges were probably the only comparable I could think of would be the ethnic cleansing of Germans in Eastern Europe after the Second World War would be the only comparable situation I can think of.
I actually think that's quite an apt comparison, to be honest. So I was just mentioning like how the Pontic Greeks, who had been there since the times even before Alexander, were just completely exterminated as a people during this time, and forced deportations of all the ethnic Greeks along their ancestral homelands. So that is kind of what leads up to the modern day antagonism between Greece and Turkey, with one big caveat, and that is Cyprus, because Cyprus was not controlled by either power. Cyprus was given as a mandate. Well, it was actually signed over as a trusteeship to the British Empire by the Ottoman Empire in the 1800s. But obviously, whenever Britain and Turkey went to war together in World War I, the British just kind of annexed it outright. So this kind of population dynamic this population exchange or cleansing didn't really happen in Cyprus, which would come back to kind of become an issue in later decades. So Cyprus was kind of exempt from this traumatic event that happened between the two countries. So that's whenever Turkey really starts to go into its isolationist period. It goes through the 1920s and 30s, just kind of consolidating the Ataturkist state. World War II comes along. Greece largely, Turkey stays out of it, but Greece gets involved in it, and very horrifically, unfortunately, for the Greek people as a whole. You then come to the 40s, the late 40s and into the 50s. You have the expansionism of Stalinism and the Soviet Union, and this is what kind of drives Turkey into a alliance in NATO. So that's where Turkish membership of NATO comes from. But largely, Turkey, apart from basing certain NATO assets, infamously like nuclear missiles, which comes to prominence during the Cuban Missile Crisis, is Turkey is kind of just like a somewhat detached member of NATO. It's not a very forward, it's not like Britain or France is probably not the best analogy here, but it's not like Britain or West Germany. It's not a fully committed member. It's kind of it uses Turkey specifically for its own interests in the sense of fending off Soviet aggression, not in the sense that it wants Turkish nationals to go off and say fight in Western Germany if the war ever kicked off. But that goes through the 50s and 60s. This is where you start to get into the beginnings of the military coup, the Guardian coup, who's where various presidents might get elected or parliaments that might start to veer towards Islamism or kind of anti-Kemalist sentiments. This is where you get into the period where the military will just come in and push out that government. Then you come to the 70s. I will just quickly check because invasion, just to get the date right. 1974. So as the British Empire starts to decline, British influence in Cyprus starts to go on the wane. You have a Greek insurgent campaign led by a group called the AOKA that looks to kick out the British, and then rejoin Cyprus with Greece. Greece at this time is fairly unstable. You've got a number of pro or anti-monarchist coups, but the British eventually give independence to Cyprus, and then there is like this quasi-coup that happens in 1974 between these Greek nationalists that try to reunite Cyprus with a militarist regime in Greece. And because there is an ethnic Turkish population that was never cleansed or transferred because of British rule of the territory, this spurs on a Turkish military intervention, the infamous Turkish invasion of Cyprus in 1974, which partitions the island, and it remains partitioned to this day. This is why Turkey would probably never actually join the European Union, because the Northern, you know what it is, Felix? Is it the Northern Republic of Cyprus, or is it the Turkish Republic of Cyprus?
I believe it's the Turkish Republic of Cyprus, but yeah, there's no way they would ever be allowed to join the EU based on Cyprus alone. Yeah, so you're right.
Yeah, so Turkey is the only country that actually recognizes and supports this state. And this is why Cyprus has never actually...
Out of every country in the world, yeah, there's nobody who recognizes it except Turkey. So yeah. Sorry, did I lose you, Michael?
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. So this is why Cyprus never rejoined with Greece, and it's why Greece this is why Cyprus never reunited with Greece, and why Cyprus to this day remains, well, most of Cyprus remains this sort of bizarre, ethnically and culturally and linguistically and religiously Greek nation, but it is separate from Greece because of this kind of Turkish occupation of the northern part of the country. And this is also, I believe, the only example where one NATO member actually ended up fighting against another NATO member. And this leads into probably, I know it's been a bit of a long-winded thing, so I apologize. I kind of have a way of doing these tangents, but try to get a lot of information out for you guys. But this is why Greece and Turkey field some of the largest tank fleets in modern NATO, is because they're not expecting to go to war with the Russians, they're not expecting to go to war with the Egyptians or the Syrians, is because the Greeks and the Turks, despite being members of NATO, being in the same military alliance, have always had this military antagonism between each other, and the sort of lingering expectation that they might actually end up going to war with each other at some point. So there's a lot of tension to this day, especially along the Aegean borders. And as I was mentioned very early on into the stream, how the Turks weaponize refugees and push them over the border into Greece to try and get political concessions from the Greeks or from the European Union. This is what heightens up the tension all along this border, this Aegean border along these islands, is that you'll find the Turkish Coast Guard will force refugees across and then onto the Greek Navy or the Greek Coast Guard, and this remains a long-running dispute and issue to this day. And then, just to quickly wrap it up, because I am aware this has been quite long-winded, but there's various coal and gas and oil fields all along the Aegean that both sides kind of dispute where exactly the maritime border is to try and secure control of them. And another aspect was after the 2016 Gulen coup in Turkey, quite a lot of the coupists, especially the military people who tried to commit the coup, a lot of them fled to Greece, which obviously didn't set Greece up very well for the post-coup Erdogan government, which very much chilled off relations between the two as if they weren't good to be already. I can distinctly remember there was a bunch of Turkish military Black Hawks, UH-60 helicopters that tried to take part in the coup. I believe it was in Istanbul, and whenever the coup kind of fell apart, is they just flew across straight into Greece with no permission from the Greeks and just landed on Greek air bases, and that's just how they fled the country. And the wider part of that, which I think we'll probably touch on in a little bit, is how that soured the relations between, well, not only Greece, but through Greece, wider Turkish relations with NATO, and this sort of Western-looking orientation that Turkey used to have. Because we kind of touched it a bit earlier on, but this Gulen, the guy, what's his first? George, do you know what his first name is? I just feel weird referring to him as Gulen.
Yeah, I was thinking George might be able to touch on the oil fields as well, and the demarcation of the maritime border and how that relates to it. But maybe George he's still here, but I think maybe he might have stepped away.
Okay, well, as far as Erdogan,
I had to mute.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
Yeah, I had to mute because I got that stupid bird. That
I don't know. I like him.
That as soon as I start, come back.
I like him.
Just to wrap it up, so you've got Fethullah Gulen, who is the guy who is large, as far as Erdogan's concerned, is the guy who apparently orchestrated the coup. And you had significant members of the Turkish military who were involved in it and were imprisoned after it. So, and a lot of those were very integrated and they were very close to certain NATO officials and American military officials, which kind of led to a cooling off in this more pragmatic relationship between Turkey and its Western partners. Sorry, if you want to go on, George.
Oh no, go ahead. Yeah, it's just as far as oil and natural gas goes, Turkey's position is going to change because they did find a big field that looks promising in eastern Turkey, which is going to actually be in the Kurdish area. Yeah, the Kurds actually have the most oil of a country that's not a country. So anyway, there's also a big field in the Black Sea on the Turkish side. So their situation is gonna change for those two reasons, but also that'll probably increase the ethnic tensions inside the country also. Yeah, let me kick it back
George
to you.
George brought up a good point, and maybe you can elaborate on it there, George. Is the Kurdish aspect to Turkey, and as a probably one of the largest ethnic groups without a country. Maybe you can touch on that for the audience, because I think it's kind of an important point.
Yeah, just keep it a little brief, because we did go into a bit in depth earlier on in the stream, though.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. It's just, well, it's, they cover northern Iraq, eastern Syria, eastern and southern Turkey, and coming back around, they cover western Iran. So they have that whole region, but they're not a country. It happened, it just happens to be that's where a lot of the oil fields are in Syria. Well, yeah, in Syria, in northern Iraq, and yeah, and now in Turkey. So I don't have a map of the oil fields, handy, but yeah, it just so happens that they have a tremendous amount of oil and they don't have a country.
And with that oil, I have a feeling they won't be getting any country anytime soon as well, because I mean they are partitioned into not only Turkey but also into Iran and Syria to an extent, and Iraq. So they're kind of they're kind of like a homeless country. Maybe you guys can explain it better, but it's kind
of the Brits. Yeah, the Brits just drew the lines up to separate them. Also, just on a historical note of where they are in Islam, Saladin is a Kurd from Kirkuk. So, and he led the last defeat of the last crusade. Whenever that was, I can't remember. That was a long time ago. But Saladin was a Kurd.
It's kind of funny because I just actually watched the movie Kingdom of Heaven. If anybody's interested, it talks. The film is about the Crusader states in the Middle East, and he plays a part in that movie. It's completely not important, but it's a good movie.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's only a handful of to get back what you're talking about before, but yeah, there's only a handful of crusades, but there's tens of thousands of Islamic incursions into Europe.
Yeah, you don't really hear about that. That's a very important point, because all you do hear about in the Western world is the horror of the Crusades, and part of the Crusades is that people don't understand is that you basically had, 300 years of unremitting war of conquer by Muslims before the Christian world basically fought a defensive fight for these territories. But all of these countries, Egypt, Syria, Anatolia, all of them, all of North Africa was at one point, it was all Christian. And you will hear endlessly about the evils of the crusade, but you won't actually hear about Islamic incursions all throughout the Mediterranean, just unbelievable amounts. And it's part of our own, I would say, cultural self-loathing, and the fifth column within our society that tries to perpetuate this idea somehow that the West is inherently evil and colonial. And it goes all the way back to the Crusades. But the Crusades, if you actually think, were probably the first response to Islamic conquest after several hundred years of Islamic conquest. So there's that.
Yeah, the It's funny because the West bends over backwards to avoid discussions about all the Islamic incursions into Europe, because it's not just the ones in the Mediterranean, especially the Turks. Their invasion routes into Europe. Michael had mentioned the Battle of Vienna before, but their invasion routes had always been through the Danube Valley, because it gets you around the Carpathian Mountains and then into, it gets you past and then into Romania and then into Hungary and then into Austria. So they've always followed that route into the interior.
But you don't hear about this.
I'm looking it up. Wait, this is. There was a professor that put a whole bunch of videos on that I used to watch years ago. I can't.
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. The guy with the bow tie.
Retired mathematician.
Yeah, with the bow tie.
Yeah.
What's his name? Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. He did a whole bunch of videos on this.
Yeah, if I can find the link, I'll post it. But yeah, when I go up, when I go through Bulgaria and I've been to Romania, and Hungary, especially where Laszlo is, they know that history very, very well. So when Angela Merkel invites
Laszlo's town where he lives, Pesh, the center of it's a mosque. The center of his town is, it's been de-mosquified. I don't know how you would say it. It's been consecrated, I think, now as a Catholic church, but at the very center of Laszlo's town, and he's living very close to Croatia. At the very center of his town is like a 15th, 14th century mosque.
Yeah,
so like in his town,
there was a battle, the Battle of Mohacs, where the Ottomans completely wiped out the entire royal line of the Hungarian kingdom and took over half the country, which is how Hungary came to be linked with Habsburgs.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to. Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of, and a lot of people don't realize that Vlad the Impaler wouldn't have existed if he wasn't. Well, he's impaling Ottoman Turks, and also, what's going on in the Balkans too. I mean, it's the remnants of this invasion and the hostilities between the groups is largely religious, and it's largely Islamic versus Orthodox. So it still carries on from the Byzantine Empire forward, especially when Erdogan converted the Hagia Sophia back to a mosque. When I first visited, it was an open museum. When I came back and visited again, it had been converted to a mosque. And also, we talked about it before.
George, can I ask you one question? Did they have they converted it back to a mosque? Have they hidden all of the icons and all the artwork again, or
how it's all gone? I got pictures. I think I got pictures on this.
I'd just be kind of interested.
I don't know if I can post them up. Maybe next time.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I was there. I was there during, when the hell was I there? I don't know. I think. Oh yeah, it was COVID. Oh, I was going back and forth between Bishkek and Skopje in Bulgaria.
Our chat has weighed in. Yeah, it's Bill Warner, the guy we're thinking of right now.
Okay, yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah,
the chat's weighed in. Sorry, go ahead, George.
So, yeah, a lot of people didn't realize all the significance of the protest at Taksim Square of building that mosque up there, and several of the old Christian churches are on Istanbul Street, which is a Christian area. So Erdogan was building this big mosque in what was historically a Christian area. That was the symbology of it. Have you seen that, Felix?
I know what you're talking about. I haven't been to Turkey in over 10 years, so
Oh,
I know what
okay.
you're talking about. But yeah, I mean Taksim Square. I should say Taksim itself. Down the main drags, you do have Orthodox. You even have Catholic churches there as well. So yeah, historically, in Taksim, I mean it's not like a particularly is like. And for those that are not familiar with Istanbul, Taksim is. How would you describe it? It's not the Times Square, but it's probably the largest meeting point of the city, like of the modern city. It's not something if you're a tourist to the city, it's not something you would go to unless you're going to like Dolmabahce Palace or something, because you'd be going over to the old town where the Saint Sophia Church is and the Blue Mosque and the what do you call it, the Grand Bazaar, blah blah blah. But in the modern sense, it's kind of the modern center of Istanbul, not the ancient center. So yeah, it's a big deal.
Istiklal Street is where that's where all the really nice shops are.
Yeah,
It's I try to go there and buy clothes every time I pass through, because you can, if I shop at Saks or Nordstrom's or whatever, I can go there and get the same brands for, at 1/3 the price or whatever, or even less. I mean,
a large manufacturer of textiles though. Like, because I go to Turkey and I always buy a bunch of stuff too. I mean, like when you go to the shops there, they have tons of stuff and it's all very reasonably priced. Whenever I'm in Turkey, I get like a new jacket. I mean, it's the big center. I don't wear leather anymore, but when I did, like you can get like a beautiful leather jacket there for almost nothing. As I understand it, it comes from when they have Ramadan, or they call it Ramazan with a Z in Turkey. I have a whole personal story about that, but it's not really pertinent to our conversation. It kind of had to do with my mother visiting me while I was living in Istanbul and her being horrified by the whole show. But anyway, but yeah,
about what?
Oh, just about Ramadan. So when I was living in Istanbul, the locals would collect. They got a cow, and it was so the way a lot of the city is built. It's built around courtyards, kind of similar to the way like Budapest or Barcelona. So they'll have a building, but there'll be an interior courtyard, right? And if it's a block, they'll have an interior block, right? And a little bit of a backyard for most of the buildings and whatnot. And when my mother was staying with me, like she woke up one day and there was just like murr, and she comes over and she's like, what is this? And neither of us really had an idea, and ended up having to watch this poor animal getting slaughtered in a halal style. And you want to slaughter a cow, a big animal like a cow, it takes a long time to bleed out, and the convulsions are quite horrific. But that being said, that's the story. That being said, because of most of the skin from the sheep and the cows is given to charity for poor people, and then it's converted into like shoes and bags and jackets, and that's why you can get really cheap leather when you're in Istanbul. So it's kind of a long-winded explanation of why leather is cheap there, but it is cheap. So
I try to.
Kind of a long way. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, when I'm traveling, I just try to buy clothes where they're actually made, because you can. Well, because I'm there anyway.
Yeah.
But
and you're right. They're cheap though. They're really cheap. Like
because from shopping in New York and seeing what the brands are, it's like, oh yeah, you got to pay so much, and then just casually traveling abroad, you're like, hey, wait a second, this is where they make these brands, and I can get them for this price? You got to be kidding me! Yeah, I stopped shopping.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's just why I do that. So.
Well, I actually had a pair of tailor-made boots when I was in Istanbul. Like I got my shoe fitted, my foot fitted, and and I got this great pair of boots for less than a pair of sneakers that you get in New York City.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous. Well, I don't. Well, I guess that's why I don't go there anymore.
Well, I should say this. I should say this to the chat that Michael, and George are not like just internet friends. I've met both Michael and George within the last 6 months, so we're not just internet friends. Like I've met Michael and I've met George within the last 6 months. So just FYI. So and I actually was with George when we were in New York one time, and yeah, screw New York is my only retort to that. Yeah. New York is just a ridiculous place.
Yeah, so with that, I don't mean to press, just want to try and get back because it's getting quite long in the stream, and I kind of want to get into Russia, if that's okay, or...
Yeah. You go for it. I'll be back in a sec. I need to get a water.
So just to
waking up. So
just to kind of tie up on where we were just at. So we're mostly focused on Greece, but alongside this is you had the coup in 2016. This led to a significant chill off of Turkish-Western relations. Although, in terms of the American dynamic, it's a bit more nuanced because, of course, in 2016, Mr. Trump comes into office in the United States, and Trump has a view of NATO that's a lot more nuanced than people tend to give him credit for, and he has quite a good personal working relationship with Erdogan, which kind of buttresses the cool off between Turkish and American relations than it otherwise would have. Of course, he kind of gives in a bit to the Turkish demands in Syria, but largely it's the relations with Europe which kind of take the big hit because the purges post the coup, the weakening of the independence of various arms of state, especially the judiciary, and what are claimed to be like civil rights abuses, kind of fully kill off any real prospects, if there were there to begin with, of any Turkish integration within the European Union. And then this is exacerbated as well by the migrant crisis, which of course explodes in 2015 and escalates through 2016 and 2017, of which Erdogan weaponizes to a degree to put pressure on into the European Union. So this is kind of where the West and Turkey kind of distance each other a bit. But also at this time, we finally get to the big thing of what the entire stream was leading up to, is the Russian and Turkish relations. So I'm hearing myself back. I think it might be you, George. Are you able to mute?
Hold on a second. Let me.
All good. So, pardon me. So, in 2015, as you have kind of the real low point of Russian and Turkish relations, this is us pivoting now towards Moscow to Ankara and the dynamic there. So you have this cooling off between the West. Another big aspect of this is Turkey is a large importer of Russian weapons, specifically Russian air defense systems. The Russian S-400 being the big thing that the Americans were not keen on the Turks ever procuring. As well as you had Turkey was a member of the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter program, of which I believe they were eventually ejected from because they refused to disentangle from the Russian arms industry. Namely, this drive to procure S-400. Was it S-400 or S-500? Pretty sure it was S-400. S-400. Double check that. Yes, the S-400 system. The Americans especially were very unhappy with the idea of Turks buying this system from Russia, but the Koreans, the Turks eventually stuck it out. But alongside this is you have this growing Turkish defense industry. Turkey excels in drone warfare. I'm not going to rehash what we went over like 2 hours ago in Nagorno-Karabakh. But the Turkish drones really make themselves known in this conflict, which draws the eyes of the world. Kind of caught the Russians in a hoop, and the Russians never really seem to have actually prepared for it. But In 2015, you had the Turks shoot down the Russian jet over Hatay province. And as a result of that, that is kind of the nadir of Russian and Turkish relations recently. But as a result of that, it seems to be that there was a lot of negotiations behind the scenes between Russia and Turkey, specifically on de-escalation in Syria, that led to a détente, a significant détente between Turkey and Russia. So, for example, from my understanding, is that if the Russians were carrying out an airstrike, is they would phone ahead and let the Turks know where it was coming, so the Turks could make sure that no one was in the area, with a sort of gentleman's agreement that the Turks wouldn't pass on that message to, say, like al-Nusra or a rebel group that was of particular concern. So you had this kind of military cooperation to a degree in Syria, and then you had the military coup, which led to the cooling of Turkey with the West. But then if Turkey's suddenly in a détente with Russia, is this... if you're looking at it from the Western point of view, is Western analysts would say this is an authoritarian Turkish leader posing up to an authoritarian Russian leader, and this alliance between autocratic and liberal regimes and all that jazz. But I think a large aspect of this was there kind of an understanding from Russia with Turkey that the internal politics of each country is the affairs of that country. And if there could be cooperation and a mutual agreement in their spheres of competition in terms of geopolitics, that is something that they could come to an accommodation to, which was opposed to like what the Turks perceived Western influence to be, which was this NGOs constantly interfering in your local politics, potentially the CIA outright endorsing a coup d'etat against your government. You know, one side probably looks a bit better in that sort of analogy from the view from Ankara. So you had this, alongside this, you had a lot of economic cooperation. So you have the Russian state atomic industry, Rosatom, signs up to build the first ever nuclear power plant in Turkey. I believe it is down here in the Adana region. I believe it's still being produced. So that's kind of the big thing leading up to the war itself. So before we get into the actual conflict itself, do any of you guys have anything you want to chime in there on Russia and Turkey?
I just came back, so I'll let George. I kind of missed what you're saying. I had to step away from the mic for a minute. I think it might have been my mic that was making noise, though, by the way. So maybe George can chime in on that.
Oh, yeah. You mentioned that the sale of those S-400s to Turkey. Yeah, there's a big game between Russia and the United States of who's going to have more influence over Turkey. And yes, Erdogan's been playing both sides of the fence. But yeah, it's going to be just interesting to see how he navigates these waters, because it looks like Erdogan is leaning towards Russia, and buying those missiles was a big deal.
Yeah, I remember that. Actually, it was a huge deal. The United States was really, really, for lack of a better adjective, butthurt over the whole episode. And there was even some squawking about how they, should be expelled from NATO and I think it was in The Hague because of this. So yeah, it was a huge deal. That
always happens though. Like you have people calling for Hungary to be kicked out of NATO because they don't go along with the cozy consensus.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. What's her name? Ursula von der Leyen. Yeah, she's been squawking, and I use that word, because I like birds, but she's been squawking a lot about expelling Hungary, not only from NATO, but also from the EU, because it doesn't uphold the values, as they say, where all Hungary is doing is looking out for itself. I mean, Viktor Orban has said, many times, we're only a country of 10 million people, right? They're not a global player, but they have to look out for the interests. This is the one thing, is that in terms of the way governments operate, I can't think of a better example, at least in continental Europe, or what we would generally discuss as the West, having any government that actually looks out for the interests of its citizens. Like literally none of them. And the only one I can, and this is why I think Viktor Orban seems to be popular outside he's popular within the country, but like, for example, Laszlo will tell you, that, you know, Orban, he believes is completely corrupt. Like inside of Hungary, there's a lot of pushback against him because supposedly his best friend from childhood, who used to be a boiler repairman, is one of the wealthiest men in Turkey, in Hungary now. But when you take a look at Orban and his policies, I can't think of another leader, and you guys can probably correct me, but another leader that actually looks out for the interests of the citizens of his nation the way he does.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't want it. He doesn't want it invaded by all the, by the mass migration.
Oh yeah, that's another point.
Phenomenon.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't.
I mean,
want
that's what started the whole thing.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I was because I mean, I go through I go through Budapest, on my way back and forth all the time. Well, every couple of years anyway. But that.
I should say
Michael
Michael and I were in Budapest together earlier this year. So yeah.
But Slovakia, the politics over there is changing right next door. Because they want to buy gas. They're still buying gas through the Druzhba pipeline in Ukraine, because Russia hasn't shut that off yet. As long as they're making money, right? Slovakia and Hungary very much, and Serbia very much want to get their natural gas like they always have for decades and decades and decades. Back when it was the old Soviet Union, they want to get their gas through the Druzhba pipeline. So that it's going to be interesting to see how this shapes up. Because, okay, let's keep in mind, we'll have to do another show on the Nord Stream analysis, because it's not just that the United States was afraid the German world leaving the petrodollar system. If any one of those pipelines is viable, they can supply all the Danube River Valley countries with oil and natural gas. So it would be a whole bunch of countries exiting the petrodollar and paying in euros and rubles, is what the United States, what Wall Street and the City of London are deathly afraid of. So you're still playing into that mix when you get into, okay, the Schultz government isn't going to change right now. They're firmly staying with the sanctions and watching their businesses exit, like we've been discussing on my Telegram channel for the last year and a half. But Orban and Slovakia, they're tired of they know that next winter is going to be worse. They can't be subsidized or exported anymore from whatever Germany has underground. And their politics is changing because their standards of living are falling.
Well,
so we're going to see how.
Sir, go ahead.
Yeah, so Orban has been head of the Visegrad movement of, I don't want to say leaving NATO, but resisting NATO's extreme demands. In respect of mass migration and sanctions against Russia, they really want kind of free trade going both directions, or at least a 60-40 split, not a 90-10 split.
Well, I don't want to get too far off, because I'm conscious this stream is really starting to drag on. I kind of want to keep it a bit focused on the way out, if that's okay, or.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah. So, So I think what Erdogan pivoted after 2016 was he could say that Western governments via NGOs and potential coups were meddling too much in his politics, whereas in terms of sort of like the national sovereignty aspect, whether it is borne out in the actual actions of these governments or it's just the rhetoric is aside, but I think he sort of found a common sort of accord or understanding with people like Viktor Orban in Hungary, to a degree, people like Vladimir Putin, and maybe even degree to Donald Trump, because their relationship seemed to be quite close. But of course, Trump was ousted in 2021. And there was a lot of the deep state underneath him that was acting in contrary to the expressed wishes of the president, undermining him at the time. So I kind of think that Erdogan's pivot post the coup And this détente was Russia was kind of hedging his bets between going too far into the sort of Westernization, Western path, and then sort of hedging bets with these more national sovereignist kind of figures in Viktor Orban and Vladimir Putin. But also the biggest aspect, of course, towards Russian and
if I can interrupt, that
Yeah.
was actually basically, if you take a look at, I mean, I hate to say that the Western population is lemming in nature, but this was kind of the way that the election that just happened was basically fronted to people, where you had Erdogan and his idea was more of Turkey being its own player in the regional game, whereas as the challenger was more, I think he said one of his promises was to restart NATO ascension talks, which it's a pipe dream. It'll never happen. We've discussed this already when we go back, and I think what we're seeing right now is one of the biggest geopolitical shifts since the end of the Second World War, or at least no, that's not true. Since the fall of the Soviet Union, we're in the midst of a complete shakeup geopolitically, and Turkey is going to emerge from this as one of the larger players, at least regionally, and I think not even just regionally, but I think insofar as being a tie, as it always has been, Anatolia, between the East and the West.
Yeah, so I mean, this will bring us up to kind of what's happened over the past couple of years. So obviously, the biggest Russian interest in regards to Turkey is control of the Bosphorus in ensuring that things like the Montreux Convention, which for people who are not aware, Montreux Convention is what guides the control of. Effectively, the Turks can't bar the Bosphorus, the entrance to the Black Sea, to any nation unless like there's a state of war or something. But if Turkey isn't involved, then it can't, like prohibitively say to Ukraine, you can leave, but Russia can't. It regards military ships, so Russia and Ukrainian naval ships aren't permitted to transit the straits in a sort of fair accord. But civil and commercial ships, so this is kind of where the grain deal that emerged.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Michael, about military ships? Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, so the Montreux Convention, one of the aspects of it is if there's a war involving powers that are on the Black Sea, is that the Turks can bar their entrance or exit of the military vessels of those nations in and out of the Bosphorus. So,
I should say, just as a weird anecdote, when I was not living there, when I was in Istanbul the last time, I actually saw a United States Coast Guard cutter there. And I was wondering what because the Coast Guard vessel has a very distinctive orange, how would you call that, George? That orange
livery.
Oh, that red stripe?
Or red, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
like they look very distinctively different from an actual naval vessel. Right.
Yeah.
And I saw like several U.S. Coast Guard vessels in the Bosphorus. I'm like, what? You're kind of far away from the coast, guys.
I
didn't know they did that.
Well, I covered that in my other streams, my last project. The U.S. wants to cover all the ports and the pipelines, and in that case, it's the Danube River and the other rivers in Ukraine. Well, mainly the Danube River. The Nistria River, and what's the other one that flows through Romania? I can't remember off the top of my head. But the 101st Airborne is, they say that they're there to help the Ukrainians. They're there to stop Russian shipments from going up into the Danube River into Europe. They're there to cut that off. That's why the United States moved NATO not only to Poland, Ukraine, and Georgia to exact transit fees from the Russian oil and gas pipelines, but they also moved into Romania very, very quickly, a heavy presence there because it's the mouth of the Danube River, and then spent a lot of money on influencing the Bulgarian elections once the Russians said, okay, we'll build a South Stream since our other pipelines are cut off. And the South Stream, the concept of the South Stream was same as the Nord Stream. They build the pipelines underneath the Black Sea. This is circa 2011 to 2014 when it was canceled because the United States had influenced the elections in Bulgaria enough to stop it. But the idea was, Russia would just send its pipelines from the Novorossiysk area all the way over to Bulgaria, and then you can supply all the Danube River countries from that angle, including all the way up to the German world, because the Danube River, obviously goes through Austria and then up towards Munich. So once you understand how NATO moved in once the Cold War ended, and they took over all the vital waterways. So you're talking back in the days of Elliot Abrams and Paul Wolfowitz, when they were much younger. They really thought this very far ahead in advance to control all the key logistical supply routes. So I had covered that. So getting back to why the patrol boat's there, if the 101st Airborne is there, that's a Tier 3 airborne unit. So you just have to ask yourself the question, which Tier 1 and which Tier 2 tier units are they protecting? Then it's going to be, riverine units. So they ultimately can't want to have more of a law enforcement aspect to it rather than a military look to it. So then the Coast Guard can sheep dip some of the officers and personnel over from the military side of the house over towards the Department of Homeland Security law enforcement side of the house is something that they do often.
We should note that the Bosphorus, for those that aren't familiar with the geography, the Bosphorus is the strait that leads from the Marmara Sea into the Black Sea, and it is a crucial. It's why, for example, like the Battle of Gallipoli, which we talked about hours and hours ago, happened because that's the mouth of the Marmara Sea from the Aegean. So this is like a crucial waterway for numerous countries.
Yeah. So the Coast Guard ship is probably going to, it's going to the mouths of the river because they can trade. It's a way to train the other countries' military and law enforcement, but they'll to keep it under the radar as far as NATO goes, they'll make it a law enforcement training exercise, which you're still doing shipboarding exercises, military operating, and different different room entry and SWAT training drills. That type of training. Whether you call it military or law enforcement, it's the same types of tactical training. But yeah, they'll be doing that in the region to build up that area. I mean, one would think.
So, it's been a historical objective for Russia for centuries, and especially in the modern era. And now that the USSR is gone, but though Turkey is still in NATO, for Russia to maintain a amicable relationship with Ankara to ensure that there is no blocking or frustrating of Russian commercial traffic alongside naval traffic that goes through the straits, because of course Russia has an ongoing military commitment in Syria. Russian oil that comes out of the Caucasus would tend to transfer via Novorossiysk via traders that would transit the straits as well, because this Black Sea,
Sevastopol as well, right?
Yeah. Well, Sevastopol is probably more to just securing the Black Sea rather than projection of power beyond it. But yeah, that is another aspect of it. But the Black Sea has historically, although it's changing a bit with climate change, it's been the only sort of ice-free port that Russia has maintained historically. So up in the Baltics and up in especially the White Sea, the Barents Sea up north, is you can't really depend on these all year round to maintain sustainable naval and commercial traffic due to ice flows. This was kind of one of the objectives of the Russians securing what used to be East Prussia and Königsgrad, which is now Kaliningrad, was to try and secure a ice-free port throughout the year on the Baltic. But since the collapse of the USSR, this is now an enclave, and the Russians can't really transfer stuff in as secretly as they want to fit out any naval vessels that might be operating out of the Kaliningrad port, and also any Russian naval traffic that does transit the port is going to be viewed by NATO intelligence aircraft or on land facilities the entire way. So Kaliningrad is kind of a contested part of the Russian coast, whereas the Black Sea kind of is a bit more free for the Russians potentially to move about, especially with a more amicable and a pragmatic approach from Turkey. It kind of releases a bit of the stress that might otherwise be on Russian naval operations beyond the Black Sea, say in the Mediterranean, specifically in Syria, or on their more international sort of based, whenever they said the Admiral Kuznetsov off on operations, say in the Indian Ocean or somewhere like that. Of course, since the war has begun, that's a bit complicated because the Russian naval fleet has largely been consigned to port. I'd say mostly for the incompetence of the Russian naval staff and Russian naval commanders. I'm thinking of the infamous sinking of the Moskva, these growing Ukrainian drone, waterborne drone attacks that have hit in Sevastopol. I believe there was one in Novorossiysk recently, and there was also a Russian, I believe it was a frigate, was hit just outside of Turkish territorial waters the other day. But, well, it wasn't hit, seemingly wasn't hit, but it did come under attack by Ukrainian water drones just outside of Turkish territorial waters, which I'm sure didn't go down too terribly well with Turkey at the time. Another aspect of this, I know we've kind of skipped the start of the war as such, but I guess we'll feed back into it as we go. During the opening stages of the war, whenever it seemed like the country might rapidly fall to the Russians before we seen what they actually could achieve, it appears at some point, probably in Odessa, maybe in Nikolaev, is that there was an order or something happened where the Ukrainians just seemed to dump their entire stockpile of sea mines into the sea. Some of those have washed up in Romania on beaches in Odessa, and some of them have actually been spotted as far south as the Bosphorus itself. I believe that the Turkish government, the Turkish Navy, had to blow up one of them near I forget the name of this bridge, but there was a Ukrainian sea mine. It made it as far south of this, which has not done, although Ukraine might get a free hand on a lot of stuff. I do know that the Turks and the Bulgarians were especially pissed off that the Ukrainians did this, because if you just release a whole bunch of sea mines into commercial waters, probably not the best thing to encourage commerce and diplomacy with your apparent allies. So that's another aspect about what's happening in the Black Sea alongside the grain deal. The grain deal is kind of I think it was a display of weakness on the Russian part after the sinking of the Moskva. I think the Russians signed up to it because they didn't really have any way to stop it or frustrate it at all. The grain deal was, Ukraine obviously is a massive producer of grain products, and a lot of those go to Africa and sort of Sahel countries in Africa and Egypt. And there was serious concerns last year that there might be a wide-ranging famine because of the loss of this Ukrainian deal. After the Ukrainians sank the Moskva and retook Snake Island, that kind of opened up a lot of breathing space for the Ukrainians. And then, again, my conception is I think it was a display of weakness on the Russians. They just lost their flagship, and they didn't really have a way to project that power to prevent Ukrainian shipping from slipping out of, say, Odessa or Nikolaev, and then into Romanian territorial waters, where I don't think the Russians would ever sink any Ukrainian ship in a NATO territorial waters. This is why Snake Island was so crucial, because if you see how close it is to the coast, it's kind of why the Ukrainians were able to shell it from the ground, but it also means that any Russian units on this island were able to see any Ukrainian ships that might have tried and hugged the coast and slipped into Romanian waters. Well, with the loss of that island, that the Russians lost that ability. And I think the Russians were cognizant of that, so they signed up to the grain deal as kind of a face-saving measure. And part of that face-saving measure was to say, look, we'll allow the Turkish Navy to escort these vessels. And they kind of removed that need to put pressure on the Russian Navy to say, well, you need to go off and stop these boats, by just saying, look, I hate to use the term because it's a meme, but like a goodwill gesture on the Russians to permit this deal to happen. Not that I don't think there was anything they could really have done without provoking a serious incident with Turkey if they were going to start sinking boats under Turkish protection or sinking the Turkish boats themselves. I don't think that was very feasible, but that's kind of the grain deal there. But in regards to the wider war, Turkey has taken a very pragmatic approach to that. So on one side, Ukraine infamously operates the Bayraktar drones, and since the war began, Turkey has supplied more of those drones to Ukraine, and those drones are instrumental in killing Russian soldiers, especially in the early days of the war. It was the Bayraktars that really seemed to cripple quite a lot of the push on Kiev very early in the war. Those are still being sent to Ukraine. There's light armored vehicles being sent to Ukraine from Turkish arms manufacturers alongside light weaponry. But on the flip side of this is Turkey has also taken a very amenable approach to Russia. Turkey has not put pretty much any sanctions on Russians or on Russia in general. Like I previously mentioned, the Russian state atomic industry, Rosatom, operates freely in Turkey. It's building Turkey's first nuclear power plant. Russian civil aviation flies into Turkey every day by hundreds of flights. Istanbul is now the major international hub. If you're trying to go to Moscow or anywhere in Russia from the West, you fly to Turkey, to Istanbul to do it. And
I can actually add to that. I can add to that right now is that, sorry, it's just anecdotal, but the French aviation industry is now calling for sanctions against Asiatic airlines, like not Japan and South Korea because they joined the sanctions regime, but China, Thailand, other countries that transfer across Russian territory. And what it means is that, for example, I could put this in raw dollar terms, is that prior to the fight with the Ukraine, a flight ticket from Japan or from East Asia, now in economy class or coach class, as it's called in the United States, is now more expensive than it would have been in business class 2 years ago, right? And because they can't transfer over Russian territory. So right now, the French aviation industry is saying that Chinese and other Asian airlines have an unfair business advantage. So they join these sanction regimes, but then they demand that countries that haven't joined be then sanctioned because they have an unfair competitive advantage. So, like, for example, Air France or British Air or KLM or what have you is much more expensive than flying from let's say The Hague to East Asia than it is, as you just said, from Istanbul. So sorry, I just wanted to throw that out there. It's a real world example where it costs me more money if I want to fly to Europe now than it did cost. I could fly like business class plus. Now I have to fly coach for more money than a year ago.
It's like cutting off your index finger and then complaining that your competitor who hasn't cut off his index finger has an unfair advantage. It's like, did you not see this coming?
Exactly. So the French are doing that right now, and they're calling for that civil aviation inside Europe is basically cracks down on Asian airlines who haven't cut off their index finger, as you aptly put it.
Yeah.
So Felix, how are you going back and forth between East Asia and Europe now?
Well, I'm going to be going through China. The only thing is I have to get the only problem with China is in order to fly through there, I have to get a visa, right? So you got to go down to the embassy and you've got to even transfer because you can't just arrive in China and then just transfer. So it's a bit of a rigmarole, but I'm not even kidding. You save over $1,000 just on a coach flight. right? So what used to be like a $1,200 flight is now like a $4,000 flight. But if you go through China, you can still do it for like maybe 2,000 or a little bit under 2,000. So you got to go to the embassy and you've got to get a visa to transit through mainland China, for example, right? Or I'm thinking about going through Hong Kong on Cathay on my next trip because I'm thinking about going to Turkey actually soon. But like I'm looking at going via Cathay is thousands of dollars cheaper than any of these sanction regimed airlines, right? So that's like Japan Airlines, Korean Airlines, any of the sort of sanctioned countries. They're all screwing themselves. They're all screwing themselves.
Yeah.
You know, and as Michael put it, it's like we're gonna sanction. You didn't cut off your index finger, so screw you. We did, so we want to put you in the same disability as we're in right now. So
Right.
what am I gonna do? I'm gonna pay $4,000 or $5,000 for a flight that cost me $1,000 last year, or am I gonna just bypass all of that? You know, because it's several hours difference, right? Because you got to fly around Russia, and then there's the added hours, but also the added fuel. And then they say that you need more staff because I don't think you can work these people like what used to be like an 11-hour flight. It's like a 15-hour flight now. Like one of the longest flights I've ever taken in my life was New York to Tokyo, right? And that was like. But you've got to transverse the entire North American continent plus the Pacific Ocean. Whereas now, like what used to be, you know, not that horrendous of a flight, it's just arduous. And it's all because of kind of what Michael was talking about. But sorry, I digress and I'm kind of bringing us away from the topic. But I just trying to bring in real world examples of these things. Like these are real world, you know, things that are happening. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I say, I can imagine that the airports around Istanbul are probably making a fair profit considering all
buzzing.
All the European flights that would have gone to Moscow or anywhere in Russia, to be honest, in Belarus. Although I'm pretty sure that even if they weren't banned, is that they would have gone down in number. But they all generally reroute by Istanbul or Ankara before they then continue on up into their destinations in Russia. So I can imagine those Turkish airports must be turning a fair amount of profit. They certainly have to uphold pretty much the entire European continent, kind of hamstrung itself on this one. So, yeah, and then that as well. So Turkey didn't join the sanctions, which was a part of the debate in this presidential election, is that Kılıçdaroğlu was saying that if he was elected, he would sign up Turkey to the NATO consensus on the sanctions regime. Obviously, he hasn't been re-elected, so that isn't going to come to pass. So the point is, what I'm trying to paint a picture here is that Turkey is neither an ally of Russia, neither is it really an ally of NATO in this regard. It's playing very much its own national interest in what it can get, you know, sell weapons to Ukraine, but allow Russian money and Russian products to flow through Turkish markets, probably at a very reduced rate of profit to the Russian producers and stuff. But nonetheless, if Russian oligarchs or Russian assets are to be hid in Turkish banks, or if Russians are still able to travel to Turkey to pick up goods that are now sanctioned in Russia, or even just to go on holiday, of which Turkey was a very popular holiday for Russia even before the war, I can imagine that's probably going to help with the economic problems that Erdogan faced in the recent years, especially that inflation crisis and the like. But so very much looks like it's going to continue. That's very, I don't want to say self-interested because it has a connotation to it, but certainly a very pro-Turkish policy that Erdogan has put out. Whatever benefits the Turkish nation, the Turkish people, seems to come first in his foreign policy in this regard, and also keeping a very guarded stance, particularly against Western influence, but also holding open a hand for some kind of economic cooperation with Moscow, but also as a third-party, quote-unquote, neutral arbiter with the conflict in Ukraine. So, for example, after the fall of Avastol, the Ilyich factory in Mariupol, after Mariupol fell, it was, from my understanding, it was Saudis partook in it, but it was also the Turks who kind of led the drive in the negotiation for prisoner exchanges and that. So if people can remember, there was a large section of the Azov battalion that was captured in Mariupol after they were freed in a prisoner exchange with Russia, with the caveat is that they will remain in Turkey until the end of the conflict, as kind of like a, remove them from the conflict kind of thing. That was negotiated by the Turks. So Turkey's kind of a third player in this conflict, is trying to present itself as this kind of neutral arbiter between both sides, from which both sides can come to and try and work out some kind of things behind the scenes, be it prisoner exchanges, things like the grain deal. And also Erdogan seems to be kind of, or was up until the election period at least anyway, and I expect it probably to pick up again. Erdogan seems to be the guy who's trying to push, particularly towards Putin, the idea of some kind of diplomatic negotiation and talks that might be able to be winkled out behind the scenes. But on the flip side, of course, Erdogan is also the only NATO member. I don't know, Macron didn't go to Moscow, so if I'm not mistaken, don't hold me to this, but I do believe Erdogan is the only NATO head of government / head of state who has been to Moscow and to Kiev since the start of the full-scale war.
Oh, you're right. Two things. Check your DM. I just sent you something that you need to read on Telegram. And the other thing is yeah, you're completely right in that sense. The only other one I would suggest would be Viktor Orban. But the problem with Viktor Orban is they're talking like full on diplomatic war with Ukraine at this point. So he's falling out of favor as well. So yeah,
Anything from you, George?
I just have, I did some more videos with Working Brother, and I'll do some more with Monster Consortium, the project I'm trying to
me as well. Me as well.
Well, I mean, you have to call me.
yeah. Of course.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do more videos with that project. And well, Felix, just call me. I'll just, whatever slide set I'm doing, I'll do a version with you. I mean, it's just.
All right, sounds perfect. We'll do it. Not
we started.
Today, we started. We're on slide 12. We're on slide 12.
Yeah, I went ahead and I finished that with Working Brother like I usually do, and I want to do the version with do a version of that with Monster Consortium, and get Tim on, because he actually does have. Well, okay, my degrees are all in what we'll call the sociology side of the house. Well, he's the guy with the master's degree in electrical engineering, so he's the IT guy.
Right.
Sean Probers has a master's in psychology, so he's that guy. So we're going to try to get that going. I got my someone's ringing me on my Telegram here about that. So I also got I'm transitioning my channel from the old general audience, which made a whole whopping $75 in the Patreon account. I'm trying to shift my energy over into doing the investment strategies aspect of it, which is which is where I want to be anyway. So I'm trying to shift my channel over to geostrategic investment, and even the travel videos I had was is based on not just traveling in the region, but what's going on in the region, why I'm there, what I'm looking at what's the geostrategic advantage of Southeast Asia for China, therefore what's the United States trying to do to block it. I was looking at I was in the lower Mekong River Valley in Laos, because China's has started this big, huge, development project of hundreds of hectares in southern Laos, and they want to build, all kinds of retirement communities. They want to radically increase the coffee production and other agricultural production in southern Laos. They want to increase the amount of cattle that they get out of Laos. Laos also has rubber tree plantations. They have a small amount of oil in the between Savannakhet and Mukdahan areas. So there's all kinds of stuff that China is gonna get out of Laos in a partnership that's been slowly growing for a long time. But Laos roads are really, really inadequate, and they need a major upgrade. So that's what I was going over there to look at. So the channel I'm trying to build has a lot to do with the activity that I've been doing. And I'll just kind of end it there.
I should say that personally, I actually met you at the end of that trip, by the way, just for our viewers. I actually met George at the end of that trip, and he has a very, very nice motorcycle. Let's just put it that way. Also, just as a sort of little bit of a anecdote, I believe in George. You might be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Laos the most bombed nation in history? Like, more ordnance were dropped on Laos during the Vietnam War than all of the ordnance dropped during World War II. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, that's true. I want to get into. I get a different side of this too. I want to get into northeastern Laos and Cambodia and see more of that. I just got a regular Z900 motorcycle. It's not really for trail riding. I'm probably have to get a dirt bike to do some of that. But there's a demining company in western in northwestern Cambodia. I'm sorry, I got somebody in my other project is pinging the hell out of my Telegram.
It's not who we think it is it?
No. It's not
name
anybody.
that shall not be named, but it's not that particular person, is it?
Yeah. And it's not Carolina this time either.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, in Krong Ban Lung is where there's a demining company of. I got friends that work over there. I want to start going.
I hate to kind of cut you off, George. It's just we're approaching 5.5 hours in. I'm just hoping to kind of wrap it up. Like, fascinating about Laos and stuff, but I don't want to come across as impertinent. It's just I'm dying here at the moment. I apologize.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, join the club, dude. Join the club. So I apologize for being late, but wow, I just passed out. So sorry about that, by the way, guys.
No, it's okay.
Felix and I just started talking about traveling, and we started going on for another 5 hours, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, well, to kind of slowly wrap it up, is there anything Turkey related that you guys want to flag up that we might have missed, or?
I've taken a taxi across this bridge in your thing with my mom in a one of these like old 1950s taxis they call dolmushes. That's about all I'm gonna add.
I don't know, Felix. Maybe we could do a documentary in Istanbul this year, alongside Belarus.
Well,
what do you think?
I don't think that's a bad idea. I mean, I think there's so much potential to do something in Istanbul. Absolutely. It is. I know it sounds like to our audience as some kind of really, really, I don't know, just exotic destination, but it is exactly that. But it also has all of this cultural connection to our own societies. And one of the most I'm going to be going on a tangent. Never mind. Sorry.
Well, I just want to add, if I can, if anyone does decide that they want to go through Istanbul, that new airport, the new Ataturk Airport north of town, they have buses that run just about every hour down to Taksim Square. So if anybody wants to visit it, you can just go there. You walk out, and a bus will take you right down to Taksim and Istanbul Street, where all the clubs, bars, and shops are. So it's really easy to go there and travel.
I hope to get
Yeah,
there at some
absolutely.
point.
And it's an amazing destination, and I can't stress it enough. And if you there's a lot of pretty girls in Turkey as well, by the way. You know, I dated a Turkish girl named Neslihan for a while when I was there. Blonde girl, beautiful.
Oh, wow.
She wore a hijab, even not even lying. So yeah.
That exotic taste. Something
Yeah,
mysterious behind that veil.
a blonde hijab wearing Turkish woman named Neslihan. So yeah, it was pretty cool. It was a long time ago, though, mind you.
Wow. Well, I feel a bit impertinent asking this, but I mean, because I assume anyone who would have come across my channel in this stream would obviously blatantly be aware of you, Felix. But nonetheless, in case there is anyone who hasn't, is there anything that you would like to shill or throw out?
Oh no. I mean, you just find me, Felix Rex. Put it in wherever. FelixRex.net. You could find me.
I'll put all the links in the channel below this video. So, George, anything that you would like to throw out?
No, I think I said enough.
Well, I mean, any links or anything you'd like to shill, or?
No, you already put him in before. No, you already put him in before.
Okay, well, with that, I guess, went on.
I do have one thing left to say. I do. If you're watching this and you haven't given Michael a thumbs up on this yet, on this stream, please give it a thumbs up on your way out.
Well, thank you. That's very kind. Went a little bit emphasis on the little bit over the time I was hoping it for, but I think I would at least hope we kind of did a fairly rounded view of Turkey, its geopolitics, and some of the internals from your experience, Felix, and from your knowledge, George.
All right.
I think we did a great job, and I also like George's bird in the background. By the way, don't change a thing.
Of the.
I
Yeah,
like
that-
it, man. He cuckoo's really cute, so he's no worries.
Well, with
All
that,
right, cool.
thank you both for coming along, and thank you for anyone who's stuck it out this marathon of a stream or has just popped in here and out. Thank you. I hope you were able to get something from this. Rather enjoyed the discussion, even if my throat is a bit parched. But again, thank you very much for coming along. If you aren't already, I would highly recommend you check out my Linktree and sign up to the Telegram or my Twitter account. But with that, I'll not bore you guys any longer. But thank you very much for coming along, and I'll see you all again in a stream soon. Thanks very much, guys.
Cheers.
So that is the YouTube.